What would it be like if your entire family was massacred by the very person you loved after transmigrating into the novel you were reading? Ruby, a girl turned into a living doll with mesmerizing beauty, finds herself trapped in an unwanted political marriage. Forced into this fate by her foolish father, Pope Borgia, she is to marry Isaac, the infamous eldest son of the royal family, an angelic yet demonic figure, and a knight famous throughout the North. Isaac, however, suffers from an allergy to women, making their engagement even more complicated. As Ruby faces her destiny as a tool to be manipulated by her family, the question remains, will she accept her fate, or will she rise up and find her own happiness with Prince Isaac? Follow along to see what unfolds. The story begins during a seemingly ordinary dinner. Ruby sits at the table when, like a bolt from the blue, she hears shocking news. "My dear, your father has finally found a suitable husband for you," the middle-aged man sitting opposite her exclaims with excitement. "This is Pope Borgia, Ruby's foolish, non-blood father, despised by the world." Ruby's nerves leave her speechless as she stares at him. Meanwhile, Enzo, the second son of the Pope, reacts strongly. "Not again," he mutters in frustration. "It hasn't even been 3 months since she broke off the engagement." Although the Pope tries to remind his son to stay calm, Enzo adds irritably, "No matter how much you want an ally, father, you should still consider her feelings." The Pope is taken aback by his son's reaction, his eyes widening in surprise. "I can't get used to you suddenly playing the role of a brother. So, can you defeat those barbarians instead of Britannia's relief army?" Enzo immediately made a bold declaration. "Is there anything I can't do? Those barbarians just need the best knight of the south." The Pope, unable to tolerate any longer, sternly replied, "Stop talking nonsense." In contrast to the tense atmosphere, Ruby had already come to terms with the situation in her heart. "Whatever will be, she thought, cheerfully interrupting the argument. "So, what kind of person is he, father?" The Pope immediately answered with pride. "He's a famous figure in Britannia, the king's beloved nephew, known as the most feared knight of the north. Very handsome. You'll like him very much." Upon hearing this, Ruby protested more vehemently. "No way, father. How bad is that guy's reputation?" Ruby could never have imagined the truth, that the handsome knight would one day wipe out her entire family. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard a gentle call from behind. Her heart skipped a beat as she felt a familiar presence. "Why do I get goosebumps like this?" she wondered. Without even needing to look, she knew the man who had just acted intimately with her was Elle, the Pope's eldest son. While Enzo sighed in frustration, the Pope and his wife exchanged glances of anticipation. Ruby clenched her hands to regain her composure, then replied with a smile, "Thank you, father. I'm very happy to be able to help you like this." Her response made her parents burst with happiness, and even Cesar showed support for his sister's decision with a loving kiss on her forehead. "Ah, Ruby is so good." Unaware of the danger ahead, Ruby secretly began to plot her next move. "Okay, first I have to kiss him to my heart's content. Then think about a strategy for the future in the massacre caused by the best knight of the north. Does that include me?" But all those plans were interrupted by a plane crash in the sky, and her boring life ended. "And I found peace. But why did I suddenly become a young lady in a long-running novel? If you already have a boring life and a situation exactly like the character in the book you read before you die, how terrible would that be?" After returning to her room, Ruby started vomiting uncontrollably. She pondered her situation and felt a little sorry for herself. Since I've started a new life and become a character in a book, couldn't I at least have a decent family? Ruby was used to vomiting without anyone knowing, much like how she had grown accustomed to loneliness. One similarity between her previous life and this one was her struggle with anorexia. Before becoming Rudbeckia de Borgia, she had lived in South Korea but was adopted by an upper-class family in Spain, often considered a charity child taken in by a wealthy family. Ruby was able to attend a prestigious public school, ballet school, and tennis club. Her life was filled with charity galas and horse racing. One day, she noticed the mocking actions and words directed at her. At that time, Ruby didn't understand what it meant. She laughed along with the other children, unaware that she was imitating their cruelty. As time passed, Ruby became able to endure being bullied to some extent. The family who had adopted her were only kind to her in front of others. Both of her adopted parents had their own lovers, and her older brother had a promiscuous lifestyle and used drugs. There was only one sister who occasionally treated her well, but she said goodbye to the world at the age of 21. Even the eldest son, whom Ruby considered the greatest, turned out to be a monster like her father. Playing the role of the perfect daughter, always bright, intelligent, and obedient, had become a natural habit for Ruby. Making mistakes meant paying the price, and that was the same in her new life. At the age of 16, Ruby found herself in a fantasy novel she had read on a novel website called Wine and the Holy Grail. She had become Rudbeckia de Borgia, the villain in that story. The general plot of the novel is set in an era where the power of corrupt priests and the Pope could pierce the sky. The gentle priests and the northern families unite to punish the king, and the Britannia family using good to overcome evil. In this world, Rudbeckia is the Pope's daughter, destined to die early, but to die at the hands of the man she marries. Rudbeckia, who had gone through many marriages as a political pawn, is the character who will marry Iske van Omerta of the Britannia kingdom. Isaac, appointed as an official knight at the age of 15, became the youngest champion at 17 after defeating monsters in battle. Later, as a holy knight, the male lead became more dignified, making the hearts of many young women in the north flutter. He annoyed Ruby's father by constantly insisting on aestheticism and preventing all future marriages. The only two women who could be close to him were his younger sister and his childhood friend, Freya. Ruby thought his attitude had changed after the death of his biological mother. The young duke and the princess had fallen in love, but the Duchess Omerta ended her own life. That day had a profound impact on the two siblings, as in a world where the souls of suicides are cursed by the gods and doomed to wander, it was considered a taboo subject. The Duchess, who was originally a princess, had committed suicide. As for Isaac, how could an arrogant man like him, who dared to challenge the king, agree to marry Freya? It was because, if Isaac refused, his sister would have to marry Enzo. Rather than letting his sister marry a scoundrel, Isaac agreed to the marriage. Currently, the Holy See cannot deal with the barbarians invading the border because all forces are concentrated in the interior. The price for receiving support from the excellent knights held by Britannia is this marriage. But why did Isaac destroy his father-in-law's family? It was because Rudbeckia poisoned his sister. Thinking about this, Ruby grew worried. Isaac must be furious with his treacherous wife, even though it was Cesari's doing. Rumours spread about Freya being a promiscuous villain, a spy for the Pope, and her complicated personality. Not only did she treat Isaac's sister poorly, but she also mistreated Isaac's childhood friend, Freya, treating them like servants. It has been 3 years since Ruby entered the novel, and she now understood why Rudbeckia de Borgia's personality had become so ruined. The Duchess of Romania, loved by her family, the Angel of Sistina, it was all just a staged act. Ruby's previous life had been the same. She had been cared for in the same way, just like Ruby. At the same time, Cesar suddenly appeared in front of her door. Upon seeing her brother, Ruby was startled, which made him look a little confused. "Startled?" Cesar asked, then began to express his concern. "You didn't seem to be feeling well earlier. I was worried, so I came." Although Ruby pretended to be very happy on the outside, saying, "You're so worried about me," inwardly she felt contempt. Pretending to be a caring brother again. Disgusting. He then frankly inquired, "Are you not satisfied with this marriage? You can be honest." In Ruby's mind, thoughts began to swirl. "Honestly, if I'm honest, you'd hit me, wouldn't you?" She quickly pushed the thought aside. And please, get rid of that turtle model. I said I hate turtles. Despite her inner thoughts, she softly replied, Certainly not. I don't know why, but I just feel that the north is too far away. I won't be able to see you often there. I think I'll be lonely. Jessa looked at her with a caring tone. Why lonely? You have a husband. Ruby immediately put on a languid look. What does that have to do with anything? I want to live with you forever. He stepped closer to her, stroking her head comfortingly. My honor, that the most beautiful woman in Romania only wants me. The intimate feeling between the two siblings made Ruby feel scared. Her hands acted violently, and before she realized it, the protective barrier around Ruby collapsed in an instant. It made her feel good, yet goosebumps crawled over her skin. Despite his affection, Cesar had exploited and hurt her without hesitation. At 16, just as Ruby was getting used to this place, a marriage proposal from the Duke of the Rembrandt Kingdom arrived. According to the original story, he was one of the characters involved in the destruction of Ruby's family. After his engagement was broken off and he suffered public humiliation, Ruby, who had grown attached to her new family, refused the marriage to prevent the family's downfall. In that moment, before the Pope's cold demeanor, Ruby felt a chill. This place is no different. That night, Chaser beat her until she begged for mercy. It happened so many times that Ruby finally realized her situation. The truth is, Rhea is not his biological daughter. The woman who died right after giving birth to her, named Carmen, had been pregnant before meeting the Pope. This revelation was so similar to Ruby's previous life that she immediately grasped this way of living, like acting. Even so, isn't it too much for blood to mix with tears? Ruby tried to feign regret with teary eyes, continuing the sibling affection charade. I also feel terribly heartbroken to send you away. She then deliberately mentioned, I heard there are many devils there, making him try to comfort her. The excellent knights will give their lives to protect you, so what's there to worry about? I'll visit you as often as possible. It's not that bad. Think of it as a half trip to an interesting place. Just endure it for half a year. He won't touch you anyway, so don't worry. In her mind, Ruby kept asking herself, Are you sure that's what I'm worried about? She then didn't forget to ask him, Will you really come see me as often as possible? Chessa immediately emphasized, Of course. He didn't know that in her heart, Ruby was silently praying, Please don't come. She was thinking, Surviving this is too much for me. I don't want to poison my husband's sister, even though I know I'll be forced to do it. If that happens, everyone will believe I did it. So, within half a year, I have to prevent the assassination of my sister-in-law and make them realize that I am harmless. How can it be the same as before? Finally, the day Ruby put on her wedding dress arrived. How beautiful she looked at that moment. The Pope, upon seeing her, kept praising, My daughter, so beautiful. With a bride like this, the entire North will fall in love with you. Ruby responded with a touched and reluctant look, making the Pope immediately comfort her. You look so sad already. Don't cry, my dear. This isn't a permanent farewell. I'll miss you so much. You must miss us too, so pitiful. I also wish you could accompany your brother, but the situation doesn't allow it. He had no idea that Ruby was thinking, You don't know how lucky I feel. Even if it weren't like this, rumors about me and Chesa have spread everywhere. Don't those northerners look at us siblings with apprehension? Do they really not know, or are they pretending not to? As soon as Enzo appeared, he continued to grumble, heartbroken. Only I am heartbroken. Why is everyone so indifferent? Ruby approached him and called out, Brother Enzo. She even opened her arms to him and rushed into his embrace very naturally. Inwardly, she thought, This arrogant guy who can pierce the sky with his impulsiveness may be trouble, but at least Enzo isn't the one who hurts me. You're the normal one. Ruby didn't hesitate to express her affection for her fake brother. I'll miss you so much. Upon hearing these words, Enzo sulked. I won't miss you, you idiot! You big idiot! Cesar, seeing this, shook his head in exasperation. Easy, Enzo, you'll suffocate her. Then he approached her and gently called out, Ruby. She responded casually, Brother, you must come see me, okay? Cesar confidently replied, Of course, definitely. His strong and humorous survival instinct was almost amusing to Ruby. Suddenly, she had such a thought. She wanted to die so much that she finally realized death. Being trapped in her second life was no different from her previous one. How funny it was that she had been striving to live under the bright sunlight. Meanwhile, the northern knights were resting together under the shade of a tree. Ivan, panting, kept exclaiming, You guys look like you're about to die. Isaac was silent, only responding with a cold look and unfriendly words, making his teammates extremely irritated. What's wrong? Why not, Isaac? Ivan asked. Isaac replied flatly, Because looking at your face, I know Ellen is going to ask for something again. His teammate retorted irritably, You know that, and you're still like this? Why am I always the one who has to deal with the trouble when you're like this? Ivan muttered. Isaac quickly changed the subject. Is it my fault that my sister considers you weak, someone who doesn't even understand their own situation? Ivan, despite his annoyance, tried to remind himself to endure. Endure, endure, he muttered, before lowering his voice. While you're like this, your bride has arrived. Although she said she didn't need you to pick her up, you should come back soon and at least have a meal together. Look at your pathetic appearance. Isaac gave a faint smile. There seemed to be quite a few people welcoming her instead. Ivan tried to persuade him further, but Isaac replied irritably, Stop babbling. Ivan couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, Yes, I'm curious. So what? I'm curious about what the famous Pope's daughter looks like in person. Is that a crime? If you're so annoyed, why don't you go and welcome her yourself? Isaac snapped. Who are you to judge me? Their argument was interrupted by another knight standing between them, shaking his head in exasperation. Here we go again, 2 peas in a pod. After a period of Cold War, Ian took the initiative to back down. Sorry, I was being harsh again, not asking any more. Isaac simply replied, Ask what? Then Ivan started rambling again. Does she look like her portrait? What's her personality like? Things like that. Aren't you curious? Contrary to his expectations, Isaac only showed indifference. Not at all, he replied, making Ivan disappointed once again and turn away. Well, she's your wife, so it's better for you to judge for yourself. You should also prepare to fulfill your husbandly duties soon, because I absolutely can't stand seeing that guy's appearance. What's his name again? I can't stand seeing that dejected look becoming a joke like that nobleman before, Isaac muttered, his question lingering. How long do you think this charade will last? Ivan could only give his assessment. Actually, probably no one believes this marriage will last forever. The bride is experienced, and you're no slouch either. I know it'd be better for you to be with Freya, but even if I said that, that guy wouldn't understand. Earlier, while escorting the bride back to Omerta, Ivan had heard something. According to Evans, who officiated the wedding in Isaac's place, the bride had suffered from seasickness the entire way, but still managed to maintain a radiant smile, just as the rumours said. Meanwhile, in another place, someone looked critically ill but was incredibly tiny. That vague statement prompted Isaac to ask again. What? Ivan sighed and elaborated. I said she's tiny. Really short, about this tall. She looks like she'll die if you glare at her with that disgusted look. Although you hate this marriage, try putting yourself in her shoes. She's no different from a hostage, all alone. She must be lonely and scared. Upon hearing this, Isaac felt a pang of guilt. What suddenly got into you? Evan made a grand declaration. What else? I'm a northern knight, the angel of CA. If she's becoming my comrade's wife, of course I have to go and welcome her. Isaac calmly reminded him. You said you wanted to kill the Pope. Ian quickly explained, In short, what I meant to say is, your bride's situation is unexpectedly tragic. Before Isaac could respond, a voice suddenly approached them. I heard that the Borgia family is known for its beautiful appearance. It seems youthful for someone just because of their looks, and are willing to betray your country for it. Both Isaac and Ivan turned to look, startled to see a sword pointed at Ivan's throat. As soon as Ivan saw the culprit's face, he quickly pushed him away, then angrily questioned, "How dare you speak so disrespectfully, pointing a sword at your senior?" The young man stammered an explanation. "Because you looked so imposing, I apologize." Isaac sternly reprimanded him. "Enough. Why are you causing such a commotion?" Lorenzo, seeing Isaac's serious face, boldly proposed, "If you, Sir Isaac, divorce that Borgia woman and marry my sister, I think it would be better. But until then, please refrain from acting acquainted with my sister." Both Isaac and Ivan were taken aback by the proposal. Ivan immediately started shouting, "Make yourself understood. These kids these days, really?" Lorenzo hastily corrected himself. "I'm sorry, what I meant was, please, Sir Isaac, stay away from my sister for now. Otherwise that Borgia woman will torture my sister to death." Ian couldn't stay still and scolded, "Can't you be more careful with your words? Your head is already full of prejudice." Lorenzo emphasized, "It's not prejudice. Then why did my sister lock herself in her room and cry after returning from Onta?" This information made Isaac ask, "You said Freya went where?" Lorenzo honestly replied, "Omerta Castle. When Lady Rhea arrived at the castle, Lady Ellen and my sister were having tea." Ian realized inwardly, "I also went to see Isaac's wife. How could your sister not cry after meeting her? Both of you are inconsiderate." At the same time, Isaac hurriedly left, prompting Ivan to call out, "Hey, Isaac, where are you going?" Though they tried to hold him back, Isaac simply replied, "Today is my day off, so I'll be going now." This left the other knights puzzled. Only when she's extremely comfortable does he consider it a day off, while turning his comrades into this. They tried to pretend they hadn't heard. Ivan, on the other hand, felt relieved as he watched Isaac's retreating figure. At that moment, in the palace, a voice inquired, "I heard you were very seasick." Ruby cheerfully replied, "Because it's my first time travelling such a long distance, although it's a bit embarrassing to say I've never left the south before." The woman sitting with her smiled gently and said, "There's nothing to be ashamed of. I've never left Randall either." Her demeanour made Ruby stare. How can someone look like that? Whoever lets God's creation die like this is a criminal. She was Ellen O'Meara, Isaac's younger sister. Despite meeting for the first time, Isaac's younger sister was very considerate. "Does the food suit your taste?" she asked. "Because your stomach might not be feeling well, I only brought out light snacks." Ruby politely replied, "No, not at all. They're all delicious. I'm a little nervous, but thank you for the food." Although inwardly Ruby wasn't feeling very benevolent, she tried to remain composed. "Light snacks or heavy meals, it's all the same." Ellen then explained, "Whenever summer comes, spider monsters appear. My brother might be late coming back. Please understand. My father has some business in the territory and won't be back until the end of the month. I'm very ashamed that I haven't been able to welcome you properly." In contrast, Ruby smiled brightly. "I'm really fine. Don't worry about me," Ellen added. "Since my mother passed away, I've been in charge of managing the mansion, but now I will change things according to Madame's preferences. If you find anything you don't like, or anything that's inconvenient, please let me know." A thought popped into Ruby's head. "Madam?" Such a stiff way of addressing me. She then expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, but for now I just want to keep things as they are. I'm still not used to the lifestyle here and lack experience, so I'm worried I'll cause trouble for everyone." Ellen was stunned for a moment, then lowered her voice, reminding her, "You don't need to worry. No one would dare think of Madam that way." Her words made Ruby feel awkward. "That's really formal." "That wasn't what I meant," Ruby quickly added. Then she decided to speak up. "Actually, I have a favor to ask. Could you call me Ruby for the time being?" Both Ellen and the servants were surprised by the request. Ruby explained further, "Here there are only strangers to me. Though it sounds pathetic, honestly, I feel lost and scared. I don't know how to adapt. If you just act a little more friendly, I'll have more courage." "Unexpectedly," Ellen replied curtly. "All right." This made Ruby stare blankly for a moment, then immediately stood up. "Really?" When Ellen confirmed yes, Ruby joyfully grabbed her hand. "Thank you." Ellen flinched at the action, causing Ruby to quickly apologize. "I'm sorry." Ellen simply smiled. "It's okay." This made Ruby feel even more embarrassed. "Then, can I call you Ellen?" Isaac's sister quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's good for us to be comfortable with each other." Ruby breathed a sigh of relief. Being too reserved isn't good either. Excessive modesty can cause misunderstandings. This statement left Ruby confused. Misunderstandings? Does she mean stop beating around the bush and just reveal your true nature? Come to think of it, Ruby realized, my appearance is really unexpected. I'm not expecting the people here to like me. My goal is to appear as harmless as possible in everyone's eyes. All right, for now, just stay calm. As soon as she finished her thoughts, Ruby explained, I'm used to being misunderstood. I'll try my best not to become someone else. This surprised Ellen once again. She continued the conversation with an offer. If you're done with your meal, let me show you to the room you'll be using from now on. Ruby was overwhelmed by the splendor of the room as soon as she stepped inside. Is this really my room? Ellen quickly replied, I tried my best to decorate it, but I don't know if you'll like it. Ruby readily admitted, I love it. I've always wanted a room facing the sea. Ellen then decided to say goodbye. You must be tired today. Please rest quickly in case my brother comes back later than expected. Ruby cheerfully replied, Don't worry about me, Ellen. It just so happens that I'm sleepy too. But inside she felt incredibly happy. On the contrary, I'm even more relieved. My goal isn't my husband's love. This might even make people feel sympathetic towards me. While leaving Ruby's bedroom, the head maid gave her a piercing look. The cold made Ruby sneeze repeatedly, shivering. So cold, even if it is the north. After checking around, she discovered the fire had gone out. I heard that there are many monsters in the north, so the fire has to be lit every night. Unless someone deliberately blew it out, there's no way it could have gone out like this. Is there any kindling left? She immediately remembered the sharp gaze of the head maid from earlier. Could it have been her? Just then, a rustling sound startled her. As Ruby glanced towards the source of the sound, she discovered a monster standing behind the door. Ruby froze, staring at the monster before her. She collapsed onto the floor, facing the enormous creature. I can't move. Only able to tremble, Ruby managed to say, Stay away from me. The monster growled at the sight of its weak target. Ruby thought, I have to run away, but my body won't move. The monster peered at her curiously, seeing that Ruby didn't react aggressively like other humans it had encountered. It simply continued to growl. I told you to stay away from me, Ruby shouted again, but her voice trembled with fear. At that moment, a servant opened the door and called, Madam, you must wake up. But upon seeing the monster, the servant screamed in terror. Ellen appeared immediately. With too many voices calling out, Ruby closed her eyes, unsure of what else to do. A sword flashed, and a powerful beam of energy shot from it, piercing the monster amidst its loud shriek. Ruby covered her face with her hands as the monster fell heavily beside her with a piercing screech. Only then did she dare to open her eyes. A cloak brushed past Ruby's eyes. Her fiancé Isaac stood right in front of her. Isaac glanced at her with his red eyes, his expression cold and indifferent, making Ruby's heart pound. His voice was stern. What is the reason for this? Ruby looked at him, confused. Isaac continued, I asked why you put out the torch. The absurd accusation made Ruby furious. Huh? What does he think? I put it out? Ruby stammered. I didn't. Isaac seemed unconvinced. I thought you attracted enough attention without needing to do such a thing. Or is it? His voice grew colder. Is this one of the excuses you plan to use to break off the engagement later? Ruby's heart sank. She had anticipated that he would hate her, but she hadn't expected it to be this bad. At this rate, will I be all right? Isaac's expression was one of someone who'd been cheated out of 100 million, making Ruby shiver. Ellen spoke up in defense of Ruby. Brother, don't be so quick to blame her. We still don't know for sure who did it. Even if Ruby did it, she probably didn't know any better. They don't do this torch thing in Romania. Ruby teared up inwardly, touched. I love you, Ellen. Even if I die, I swear I'll save you before I do. But first I have to clear up this misunderstanding. Ruby reached out and clutched Ellen's sleeve. I was just cold, Isaac asked irritably. What? Can't you speak louder? Ruby fearfully explained. I said I woke up a while ago and the fire was already out. Isaac scoffed sarcastically. So, you're implying that someone else did this? Who, my sister or me? His tone was so harsh that even Ellen had to intervene. Brother, stop it, Ellen said firmly. Ruby weakly grabbed Ellen's sleeve. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Under the gazes of the Isaac siblings, Ruby softly apologized. I think I might have put it out when I first fell asleep because I felt hot. I'm sorry for causing such a commotion. I was being thoughtless. Ruby sniffled and hid behind Ellen. I won't do it again. Ellen sympathetically comforted her as she cried. Isaac sighed, unable to press the matter further. I have something to ask you, Isaac said, breaking the silence. Ruby glanced at him with tear-glued eyes. Yes? Isaac wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. Finally, he gave up and turned away. Forget it. It's nothing. With that, he strode away. Ruby was left curious. What was that? What did he want to ask me? If he's going to say something, he should just spit it out. A few hours later, at dawn, birds chirped outside the window. Ruby and Ellen were having breakfast, but Ruby was incredibly listless. She sighed inwardly, feeling exhausted. I can't swallow anything. Whatever I eat will just come back up. After what happened earlier, I feel nauseous and uncomfortable. Ruby silently pleaded, Please, someone tell me it was all just a dream. While Ruby struggled with her breakfast, Ellen ate as if nothing had happened. After a while, Ellen glanced at Ruby and broke the silence. Something like that won't happen again. Ruby was startled but relieved. Ellen continued, I mean about you waking up cold. Ruby smiled sheepishly and replied, Oh, thank you for your concern. Ellen added, Also, you'll need to attend the banquet at the palace in 4 days. If you need anything until then, please let me know. Thanks to Ellen's reminder, Ruby remembered the banquet. Oh, right. The banquet. It wasn't just any banquet. It was an anniversary celebration for the king and queen's wedding, and it played a crucial role in her marriage. Ooh, I almost forgot, Ruby said. Actually, I need some help. Could you recommend a tailor? Ellen, looking slightly confused, asked, A tailor? Ruby explained. The clothes I brought are all popular styles from the South. They look too flashy for here. I've also heard that people wear lighter clothing during the summer in the North. Ellen nodded. You're right. I should have prepared them for you. How embarrassing. I'll call the tailor who usually makes my clothes. Ruby smiled gratefully at Ellen, thinking to herself, That's only natural. Everyone is betting on when I'll be cast aside. Even the servants around here are blatantly whispering and gossiping. Anyway, on that day, what I need to do is act innocent and naive. I have to be very careful to make a good impression on everyone. As Ruby thought about it, she felt discouraged. Though, for the most important person, my husband, the first impression I made was the worst possible. He always looks at me with those scary eyes. All beginnings are hard, Ruby reminded herself. There's still a long way to go. The day was beautiful with warm sunshine. Ruby carried a basket of fresh fruit and thought, "I've found the place. He probably won't hit me today, right?" She had decided to wear something casual but still beautiful, aiming to make a more approachable appearance. The only reason I had to ask Ellen for help and come to this temple is to understand my husband's personality. Her ultimate goal was clear in her mind. I must not die at his hands. She felt like a rabbit fleeing from a ferocious grey wolf. Clenching her fists with determination, she thought, if so, I must appear as harmless as possible. Even if I can't prevent Ellen's death, at least I can ensure my own survival. Speaking of Ellen being poisoned, Ruby's thoughts turned dark. It's because she's the fiancée of the Prince of Dorias. The relationship between the Pope and the Prince of Dorias is tense. The origin of the assassination attempt on the family is an open secret, so everyone will definitely suspect us. In that situation, it would be absurd for us to risk poisoning her. Even for a powerful family, it would be a foolish move, Ruby pondered as she walked. Still, even if I mentioned Ellen being poisoned beforehand, who would believe someone like me, some random Bora lady? There were spies from her father planted all over Arundel. I can't just speak carelessly. If I'm discovered, who knows what will happen to me? She shuddered at the thought. Soon, Ruby arrived at the knight's training ground. As she peeked in, a knight spotted her and tilted his head. "Who's there?" he called out. Ruby jumped at his voice. The newcomer was a blonde young man. He recognized her immediately. "Ah, isn't that Lady Ruby? Greetings." Ruby recognized him too. He, one of the escorts from Elmoport yesterday. She nodded politely in response. "Oh, it's you. I apologize for my rudeness," Ruby said. Ivan waved his hand dismissively. "Of course you wouldn't know, but what brings you here?" Ruby blushed, hesitating. "Well, I heard my husband is here." Ivan turned his head in dismay, trying to hide his reaction. Why? She came looking for Isaac? He chuckled and said, "That bastard." "Oh, wait, you came to see Isaac?" Ruby nodded. Ivan beamed at her. "Then please wait here for a moment, madame." He turned away and called out loudly, "Hey, Hayek, your wife is looking for you. Hey, didn't you hear me? Your wife is here." The others heard him too. "Who? Wife? Lady Ruby?" they murmured. Ivan, gesturing exaggeratedly, added, Hey, get lost. Do I need to teach you all a lesson?" The hint of violence in his words widened Ruby's eyes. So he's someone whose words and face don't match, she thought. A moment later, Isaac appeared behind Ruby. "What are you doing here?" She turned around in surprise. Today, Isaac was only wearing simple training clothes. Ruby clutched the fruit basket awkwardly and stammered, "Well..." What made her so embarrassed was that the men in the courtyard were hiding and eavesdropping. Why are they all hiding back there, making such a fuss, she thought, trying to muster her courage. "This morning I was worried I had upset you, so I..." Isaac snorted in annoyance, waving his hand dismissively. "I'm fine. You see that I'm fine, so go back." Seeing him about to leave, Ruby quickly grabbed his sleeve. "Wait," she blurted out. But in her haste, she didn't control her strength, knocking over the fruit basket in her hand. The contents spilled onto the ground between them. Ruby froze, inwardly screaming, "No! My snacks! Ellen said they were precious." She hurriedly sat down and began picking up the scattered fruit. "No, according to the 3C rule, it's still edible." Isaac's voice rang out, "What are you doing?" Ruby froze again, suppressing her rising frustration. Shouldn't I be the one asking that? "Don't you have eyes?" Ruby thought bitterly, but outwardly she obediently said, "I'm sorry, I was going to bring these to you." Isaac crossed his arms and looked at her coldly. "Who asked about that?" "I asked why you're picking up things that have fallen on the ground." Ruby almost threw the fruit at him. "Then pick it up for me, fine," she thought, but instead, tears welled up in her eyes. She sobbed and wiped them away, saying, "I'm sorry for bothering you. I came here to clear up the misunderstanding." Inwardly, Ruby praised herself. I could aim for the Best Actress Oscar, couldn't I? Isaac chuckled. What misunderstanding? She answered honestly. The misunderstanding that I'm already looking for an excuse to break off the engagement. Of course you'd think that. It's also obvious that you hate me. But... Isaac interrupted with a smile. Who said that? Who said I hate you? Ruby looked at him in surprise. I mean, it seems like you hate me. Isaac immediately denied it. No, I don't hate you. Her expression changed, her eyes filled with anticipation. Really? Ruby realized her tears might have backfired, so she quickly shifted her strategy. Her eyes sparkled with joy. Really? In her gaze, Isaac's image seemed to glitter, full of hope. This time, Isaac didn't answer, and the air grew thick with tension. Ruby worried inwardly. Did I overdo it with the tears? Isaac rubbed his head in frustration. Damn it, what am I doing? Seeing his conflicted expression, Ruby cheered inwardly. So that's how it is. But on the surface, she continued to feign sadness and softly apologized. I was determined to risk it all, and to get this reaction is such a relief. Unexpectedly, Isaac sat down and began helping her pick up the fruit. He handed them to her, saying, I don't need this. Don't do such pointless things again. Ruby stared at him, startled, but Isaac continued. I'll say this beforehand so you don't misunderstand. Even if this charade ends today, I don't care. But I can't stand watching someone act so foolishly, so stop trying to play games with me. Did you write me a letter telling me to come home quickly? Isaac asked, turning around and leaving before Ruby could respond. Ruby blinked, wondering. So my husband didn't even notice this pitiful act. What's going on? It seemed he wasn't the type to give in just because someone cried. Still, Ruby thought she had glimpsed a loophole. Whether we're arguing, or he's playing mind games with me, he still sees me as a child. If it's obvious and trivial, he probably won't feel suspicious. With sudden resolve, Ruby stood up abruptly. But I don't want it to be like that. Isaac stopped, and Ruby knew this was her chance to land a critical hit. She blurted out loudly, I've fallen in love with you. Her confession echoed through the hallway. The siblings hiding nearby, eavesdropping, were stunned. Ruby praised herself inwardly. My acting skills are truly commendable. Isaac slowly turned back around, his eyes now flashing with a murderous glint. What? Ruby stammered, desperately trying to keep up her facade. I know you must hear this kind of confession often, and I know there's no way you'd like me. She silently cursed the devil in front of her. Please relax your eyes a bit. But you were the first person to save me from danger, like yesterday. I don't expect anything. So can't you just let me help you? Even with small things? You said you didn't hate me. That's right. I'm a fangirl. Well, more like an anti-fan, she thought, giving herself a mental thumbs up. But if he sees me as something obvious and trivial, I still have hope. The siblings in the training ground, witnessing the whole scene, applauded and whistled. So brave, someone exclaimed. Ruby took a deep breath, gathering more courage. She stealthily peeked through her fingers, only to realize Isaac had already reached the door. When did he get all the way over there, she thought, startled. He's 180 meters away from me. Refusing to be defeated, Ruby shouted after him, I definitely won't bother you. I'm serious. The witnesses to her bold confession cheered again, their jealousy evident in their voices. In response, Isaac slammed the door in Ruby's face. That cold-hearted man again, Ruby sighed. Still, I should let it go for today. I'll deal with him another time. A few days later, Ruby sat quietly as a maid gently styled her hair. Madam, it's done, the maid said, stepping back. With her makeup and hair complete, Ruby looked surprisingly radiant. Finally, the day has come, she thought, feeling a mixture of excitement and nervousness. I haven't seen Isaac since that day, Ruby mused, recalling Ellen's explanation that the nights had been busy with preparations for the banquet and summer. Thinking about it makes me sad. A moment later, she went downstairs. Ellen had also changed into a dazzling evening gown, exuding elegance and grace. "Ruby, you're all ready for the banquet, right?" Ellen asked, her beauty mesmerizing Ruby. "I can't believe a goddess like this almost married that idiot Enzo," Ruby thought. Even if the sky split in two, that shouldn't be possible. Still, Ruby was touched that Ellen called her by her nickname, as promised. Ruby nodded and then noticed someone standing beside Ellen. "Right. Who is this?" she asked, curious. Ellen introduced the woman with a smile. "Say hello, this is a long-time friend of our family, Freya van Fuana." Fuana winked at Ruby. "Hello, Miss Ruby. It's a pleasure to meet you." The sky suddenly seemed to darken in Ruby's mind. There she is. The childhood friend, Ruby thought, recalling the servant's whispers filled with admiration for her. She's treated so differently from me. Still, Ruby smiled politely and responded, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Fuana." To Ruby's surprise, Fuana's eyes held something less friendly than her outward demeanour. Fuana turned to Ellen, teasing, "You didn't tell me she was so adorable." Ellen immediately denied it. "You must have misunderstood. I didn't say anything strange." Fuana turned back to Ruby, still smiling, but Ruby couldn't help but tilt her head in confusion. "Is there something wrong with my dress?" Ellen interrupted the moment, sighing in exasperation. "Really, Ruby, I don't know if my brother will be late, but please bear with him. It happens often." "Bear with him? I won't do that. I don't expect anything from him anyway," Ruby thought inwardly, smiling on the outside as she waved her hand at Ellen. "I see, but I'm fine. Don't worry, Ellen. Anyway, I still hope he's late today." "Oh, my fate. How long do I have to keep up this act?" Ruby thought as the carriage rattled its way to Anban Palace. The banquet attendees had already arrived, and many acquaintances came to greet Ellen. Ruby stood alone in a corner, observing the scene. "I don't know why, but I'm reminded of the banquet in Romania," she mused. "Back then people showed me kindness, or at least respect, because of Julia, my father's official wife, and my connection to him and my brother. No matter what was happening behind the scenes, I was always the object of envy and admiration." She wondered. If the tragic reality of my past life were revealed, what would everyone think of me? How would they trample on me? It's ironic that I used to fear that the most, but now, standing between these model-like people makes me feel like a child. Am I still the shortest one here? Suddenly, someone approached Ruby. "Hello, Lady Ruby," they greeted her. A group of people nearby began to murmur, "Oh my, those are the Omnites. I wonder if His Holiness is well. When will Cardinal Valentino visit?" Ruby had to be extremely patient. "Honestly, I don't know either," she thought, exasperated by the familiar questioning. Ellen muttered beside her, "Those people are really—" Ruby blinked, thinking she had misheard. Did Ellen just say that? Beside her, Fuana brightly called out to Isaac. Ruby's fiancé easily heard their calls and turned to look. Ruby awkwardly raised her hand in greeting. "What's with him? He said he'd be late. Did he lie just because he hates seeing me?" Upon seeing Ruby, Isaac turned his back without responding. "I knew it would be like this." Fuana was indignant on Ruby's behalf. "Madam, would you like us to go over there and scold him?" she offered. But Ellen, knowing her brother's personality too well, shook her head. "He'll just ignore it. What's the point?" Ruby clenched her fists and walked directly toward him. "The fact that I've been mistreated since the first night and now Isaac is ignoring me has spread everywhere." Her steps were incredibly resolute. "No matter what I do here, I'm the one who loses face, so I'll cling to him and not give up." She stopped right in front of Isaac. Fuana and Ellen watched with wide eyes, and even Ivan and the knights were taken aback by Ruby's boldness. Taking a deep breath to summon her courage, Ruby flashed a bright smile and said to Isaac, "I'm so glad to see you again. You look very handsome today." This bold action caused a flurry of murmurs from the surrounding nobles, but Ruby ignored them all, maintaining her cheerful smile. What did they expect me to caress his cheek? Even if I'm desperate, I'm not that lacking in fans. Isaac didn't seem pleased. He coldly turned away, saying, "Madam, you are both insensitive and tactless." Ruby bowed her head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry for interrupting like this, but if I didn't—" Isaac abruptly cut her off. "You clearly said you wouldn't be a nuisance." Ruby gasped and covered her mouth dramatically. "Oh my goodness, you remember? You were listening to me?" Her exaggerated reaction caught him off guard. "What?" he muttered, surprised. Ruby brightened considerably. "Thank you, but rest assured I absolutely won't be a nuisance to you anymore. I'll just quietly observe you." With that, she waved goodbye. "Is that enough? I need to escape quickly." But before she could leave, Isaac grabbed her shoulder and pulled her back. He leaned in, his voice tense, and asked, "Say that again. What do you mean by quietly?" Ruby, startled, replied, "I said I'll quietly follow you, like trailing you without you knowing." Isaac growled, "Do you want to die?" Shaking her head fearfully, she stammered, "No, that's not it. What's going on? Did I step on a landmine?" She could feel the pressure of his grip tightening on her shoulder, his strength unconsciously overpowering her. "Then why did you do that?" he demanded, still angry. This time, Ruby didn't have to act to shed tears. It hurt. "I said it hurts," she whimpered, trying to explain. "I just wanted to watch you. Because I don't want to be a nuisance, that's all." Does he know I was planning to assassinate him? She wondered in distress. Isaac's expression remained hard, but he sighed, his frustration evident. "That's clearly an assassination attempt," he muttered. Just then, Ian appeared beside them, speaking up on Isaac's behalf. "Miss Ruby, that's quite a dangerous act." Ruby blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Ian elaborated. "He's not foolish enough to mistake his own wife for an assassin. But the North is an extremely dangerous place. Our physique is different from other knights. When we pursue demonic energy or creatures, we have to maximize our divine power and sword aura. If you were nearby, we wouldn't be able to distinguish you from a demonic creature. You could lose your life." Ruby's eyes widened in realization. "So that's why," she thought. "When the holy knights maximize their sword aura and divinity, it puts them in a state of extreme excitement. That explained Isaac's behavior. That's quite something." "But I didn't want to follow him to an unsafe place," Ruby said dejectedly. "I almost caused trouble. I'm sorry. I'm from the south, so I didn't know." Ian stammered, quickly reassuring her. "Don't say that. It's natural not to know, isn't it?" Because she spoke without thinking, Ian decided to let it slide. "That bastard, Isaac," Ruby thought to herself. She promised, "Don't worry, I absolutely won't make things difficult for you." Ellen, always the practical one, instructed her brother, "You have to let us know when there's a change in your schedule." Fwana chimed in. "That's right. You could drop by our place too. Don't you appreciate it when we beauties wait for you?" Isaac had remained silent until now, and Ruby felt a flicker of annoyance. "What's with this atmosphere, you stingy man? Stop it." However, Isaac's reaction this time was interesting. She thought he would just scoff and leave like last time. Isaac had just opened his mouth to say something when a servant interrupted, announcing the arrival of His Majesty the King. Trumpet sounds filled the hall as the Emperor slowly entered with his consort. Ruby set aside the matter and turned to greet them. The Emperor approached Ruby first. "Miss Ruby," he said warmly. She curtsied politely. "Your Majesty," she greeted. The Emperor expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for coming all this way." Ruby humbly replied, "I should be the one thanking your Majesty." The Emperor, clearly satisfied with her response, laughed heartily before addressing Isaac. "This brat rarely attends my banquets. Indeed, he's more well-behaved after getting married, isn't that right, Sir Isaac? Isaac fearlessly retorted, "Doesn't the apple fall far from the tree?" The Emperor's smile vanished. "You just had to say it out loud, didn't you?" Isaac quipped back, "Whose fault is it for harbouring secrets? Just accept your fate." But he didn't forget to throw a cold glare at Ruby, who stood beside him unbothered. Then he turned his back to her again. Ruby shrugged. There he goes again. His grumpy personality really suits him. The young ladies nearby giggled and whispered amongst themselves. This was exactly what Ruby wanted. Yes, mock me all you want. I'm the fool who smirks even when abandoned by her husband. The Emperor angrily pointed at Isaac. If he weren't Isis's son, he'd be dead for sure. The consort chuckled softly, soothing the Emperor. Calm down, Your Majesty, you'll frighten the lady. Just then, Ruby noticed a little girl fidgeting behind the consort. The adorable child blinked up at her, and the consort, noticing her gaze, gently pushed the little girl forward. Princess, staring like that is rude. You must greet her properly. The little girl brightly and obediently greeted Ruby. Welcome to Angan Palace, Miss Ruby. Ruby immediately smiled kindly at the child. Thank you, Princess Arian, she said, her heart melting at the cuteness. So adorable. Such a rare, healing feeling in this world. After the greeting, the little girl shyly hid behind her mother. Ruby, seeing this, understood. I know why the princess's presence felt incomplete in the original story. She's too timid. The consort, once a slave from the east, was deeply loved by King Fenol, as was Princess Arian. However, the king couldn't give his child, who bore the distinct characteristics of a heretic, the same status as the other princesses. Moreover, Arian had Isaac as her cousin. Therefore, within the nobility, Arian would forever be considered an outsider. Whether in this world or the other, she would always feel like an outcast. Ruby didn't exactly empathize with Arian, but she couldn't help but notice the fear in her eyes. A while later, everyone sat down at the banquet table. Only Fuana arrived late. Ellen, curious, asked her where she had been. Ruby glanced over as well. Funa sat down, nonchalantly saying, It's nothing. I was going to bring Isaac here, but my words were like the wind. I don't know where he ordered the knights to rest. Ellen crossed her arms and shook her head. Playing pointless games. It's not like he ever pretends to listen to us. Fuana rested her chin on her hand, agreeing. That's true. Then she turned to Ruby and asked, Madam, do you enjoy horseback riding? Ruby smiled, replying, I'm not good at it, but I like it very much. Fuana smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, just liking it is enough. Ruby, however, screamed internally. I don't like it. I was lying. In my past life I may have learned aristocratic sports, but I don't have any fond memories of them. Just then a young lady sitting at the same table spoke up. It's hard to match the skills of the two of you. Of course, since Sir Isaac personally helped you, madam, you should ask your husband for help too, shouldn't you? Furia calmly responded, That was when we were little, Miss Consolation. Besides, I'm also naturally talented. Consolation covered her mouth and laughed. Of course you are. Please, don't misunderstand, Miss Furia. Ruby noticed the glint of amusement in Furia's eyes. My relationship with her is also interesting, but I don't care. I just need to act like a harmless fool. Ruby scratched her head. Thank you for your concern, but I can't waste a busy person's time with such trivial matters. Consolation chuckled, and the others looked at her with wary eyes before changing the subject. Summer is almost over. Is Sir Isaac participating in the swordsmanship tournament this year? One of them asked. It seems like it'll be held earlier than last time. It's certainly something to look forward to, but Sir Isaac is sure to win if he participates. Everyone chatted excitedly at the banquet table. I wonder what it'll be like this year. I'm more curious about who will become the flower of glory. Ruby sat to the side, clenching her fists. I'm sure at this year's swordsmanship tournament, Chaser will visit. The swordsmanship tournament, held every 3 years in Andal, is a proud event, with the largest scale and longest history on the continent. Participants and visitors from each country attend for a deadly battle with demonic creatures trained to be ferocious. In this gruesome competition, only those of noble birth are allowed to participate. A council of priests, all of them outstanding, is established to prevent any potential incidents. Chaser will come here under the pretense of participating in the council, but in reality, it's to see me. Ruby clutched her head in agony. Damn it. My husband alone is already beyond my endurance. A while later, Ruby appeared in the hallway. She rubbed her forehead tiredly, supporting herself against the wall as she walked. Drinking on an empty stomach makes me so dizzy. But there were too many people here, so Ruby couldn't bring herself to throw up. Just then, a man appeared in front of her. Because she wasn't looking where she was going, their shoulders bumped into each other. Ruby clutched her shoulder and nodded an apology. She glanced up at the other person. Oh dear, bumping into his shoulder is such a misfortune. He asked, "Are you all right?" Ruby shook her head. "I'm fine, but who are you?" The young man smiled and introduced himself. "I am Lorenzo van Fuena, the one who was just with my sister." Ruby recognized him immediately. "They really are twins. No wonder they look so alike." Lorenzo asked again, "Are you truly all right? Shall I escort you back to the banquet?" She shook her head in refusal. "I'm really fine. I was just about to go out for some fresh air. You seem to be a holy knight." Ruby sensed something was off. Why is he looking at me like that, with such unfriendly eyes? He continued, playing the part of a concerned person. If Sir Isaac heard that, he'd laugh. "I'm just a successor." His words gave Ruby a chilling feeling. If he tries anything funny, I might lose my life here. Isaac isn't even this bad. He shows the most blatant disgust of everyone I've met. When did he learn about me? Lorenzo scratched his head bashfully. "Oh, I apologize. I still can't believe I'm meeting you in person, madam." Ruby chuckled. "Yes, I heard I'm quite famous around here." Suddenly, he said, "Who wouldn't know of your existence, madam? You're the daughter of His Holiness, after all." Ruby felt like his words were mocking her, but she still played innocent and replied, "Is that so? I thought only my brothers were famous. I didn't know I was too. That's a surprise." The two of them continued their exchange, feigning friendliness. Lorenzo then spoke again. "Actually, among the recently popular songs, there's one about you, madam." Ruby feigned surprise. "Oh, he suggested. "You seem surprised. Would you like to hear it?" Ruby played along. "I'm curious. I'll leave it to you." Then Lorenzo cleared his throat and began to sing. It went something like this. "'Cause Angel said she couldn't find a girl to her liking. I think her brother isn't of the same blood as that girl. He'll say it's fine." While humming the lyrics about the angel, a hand appeared, and Ivan pinched Lorenzo's ear hard. "This crazy idiot, I told you not to mess around," Ivan scolded. Lorenzo could do nothing but beg for mercy. "Wait a minute," Ivan angrily ordered. "Apologize before I rip your mouth apart." Lorenzo stammered hesitantly, but before he could finish, Ivan snapped, "What? Where did you learn to talk back to your seniors like that?" Lorenzo cried out, "Oh, I'm sorry." Ivan yelled angrily, "Say it louder, or I'll make your mouth bigger." Ruby quickly intervened. "I'm fine, let him go." She understood that she didn't need this apology. At her words, Ivan released his grip, and Lorenzo immediately ran away. Ivan clicked his tongue and shook his head. "That bastard," he muttered. Ruby also cursed inwardly. That sly fox. After Lorenzo left, Ivan turned to apologize to her. "I apologize for letting you see such a messy scene." Ruby smiled and said, "It's all right." He still felt the need to explain clearly to her. "Please, don't misunderstand. That strange kid is always delusional. That's why he acts like that. No one would sing such a disrespectful song." Ruby thought for a moment and then spoke. Sir Ivan, I'm really fine. It's not the first time I've heard that rumour. Despite saying she was fine, her tears flowed freely, startling Ivan. Oh, madame, Ivan exclaimed. Ruby wiped her eyes. I'm sorry. I'm just worried my husband will believe that rumour. Ivan frantically waved his hands. Impossible. That brat never pays attention to what others say, and he won't forgive anyone who bothers him. That's why I was a bit surprised just now. I didn't mean to imply that you were being a nuisance, madam. Hearing him say that, Ruby stopped crying. Really? So Sir Isaac doesn't hate me? Ian immediately affirmed. Absolutely not. Who is that brat to hate you, madam? He's just a little bewildered because it's his first time. Ruby asked Ian expectantly. So I can freely like him too? Ian immediately supported her. Madame, go for it. Of course. It's an incomparable honour that you do. After saying that, Ian suddenly came to his senses. He hesitated and then asked, So, shall I escort you back to the banquet? But Ruby declined. It's okay. I was planning to go out for some fresh air. Ivan didn't try to persuade her further. I understand. If that brat shows up again, you must tell me. Ruby smiled and replied, Thank you, Sir Ivan. She wondered, could it be that he's worried about me? It's good that he's still ill. Then Ivan and Ruby bid each other farewell and parted ways. Ivan's words weren't very convincing. If what he said about Isaac is true, then I still have a little hope, Ruby told herself. At this rate, I might have a chance to win. Ruby walked slowly, deep in thought. Still, what was Fu Anna's brother delusional about? He couldn't be that hostile just because of rumours about her. Could it be related to Freya? Ruby reached the flower garden and suddenly saw Princess Aaron rustling behind a statue. She leaned over and called the princess's name. Startled, the princess turned to look at her and said in a trembling voice, Please, don't tell my mother. Seeing this, Ruby guessed she must have sneaked out. A mischievous little girl, Ruby smiled and asked, I won't tell. What are you doing? Aaron looked at her fearfully, not daring to answer. The princess eyed her with suspicion. Ruby forced a smile, thinking, the princess is so cautious. She slowly approached the girl, thinking, yes, I'll go another way so as not to disturb the princess. Aaron hesitated for a moment and then said, You shouldn't be here alone. Ruby asked in surprise, Why? Aaron replied, I heard that two people have to be together for love to come true. Ruby stood frozen, her face helpless as she imagined. There's a pond like that in the palace. There are such romantics here. No wonder the king... Ruby wondered. Love will come true? Aaron replied. The nanny said there's a god who makes love come true, living under the lake. Ruby shyly thought, believing in that fairy tale. How adorable. She bent down and asked, Is that a bouquet? Aaron nodded gently. The princess thought for a moment and then said, Beautiful. Ruby smiled and asked, For whom? Aaron's eyes lit up as she saw Ruby's hair sparkling. If you let me touch your hair, I'll give it to you, madam. Ruby held her hair and smiled, thinking, she must think my hair is like a toy. That's how it is at this age. She pointed her hair toward the girl and said, Touch it all you want. Aaron replied awkwardly, Not now, later. Ruby replied, Yes, any time. Suddenly, Isaac appeared from behind calling Ruby's name, making her jump. Isaac's handsome face slowly emerged in the dim moonlight. Ruby froze in fear, thinking, Why does he always appear behind me? But then Aaron's hand suddenly grabbed her dress. Ruby glanced down and saw the princess hiding behind her, trembling with fear. She wondered what was happening. Isaac walked toward her and said, His Majesty is looking for you. I told you not to walk alone. Aaron shoved the flowers into Ruby's hand and quickly ran past Isaac, causing Ruby to call out to her in panic. Eric glanced over and said, Neither of you listens. Ruby looked at him, annoyed, thinking, You're one to talk. She suddenly remembered something and asked, "Were you looking for the princess?" Isaac walked forward and replied, "No way, I was looking for you." Those words left Ruby speechless in surprise. From surprise, her emotions shifted to fear. "What? Me?" she thought, "when you were the one who left first?" Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Why?" Ruby saw Isaac approaching faster and faster. Fearfully, she thought, "Wait, please don't come any closer. Are you going to interrogate me because you couldn't find me?" She closed her eyes tightly, thinking, "All right, I'll just save him later." Suddenly, Isaac asked, "What are you doing?" Ruby froze. Isaac tilted his head, guessing the Romana's princess must be beaten a lot. Ruby could only smile helplessly, looking up at him fearfully, thinking, "No, anyone would be scared if you approached them that menacingly." Isaac said, "You said you wanted to watch me quietly." Ruby replied, "I just wanted to see you." Hearing that, Isaac asked with interest, "Then why did you close your eyes? Were you expecting a kiss?" Ruby just chuckled, thinking, "Nice try, Rudbeckia. Yeah, there's no way I'd actually expect that. He might kill me on the spot." She wondered, how many ways are there to get me out of this situation? Ruby replied, "Well, it seems like you're angry because of me, so..." Isaac asked, "So you thought I would hit you?" Seeing her not answer, Isaac's eyes sharpened as he asked, "And yet you said you liked me?" Ruby stammered, wondering, "Is that not allowed?" She began, "The first time you protected me..." Before she could finish her sentence, a voice suddenly called out, "Sir!" Andy hurried toward Isaac. Isaac asked, "What is it?" Andy replied hesitantly, "I think you should come see this." Without another word, both of them turned and left. Seeing that, Ruby breathed a sigh of relief. "Great, I'm alive." Suddenly, Isaac stopped, turned, and told her, "Wait here for a moment." Ruby waved goodbye to him. "Wait here? He still has something to say to me?" After the two of them left, she sat down somewhere, looking at the bouquet in her hand. Ruby gazed at the flowers pensively and said, "These flowers, they are the same as my name, the flower that means eternal happiness." Ruby thought, how childish. Suddenly, some force pushed her. Then Ruby fell into the lake. The cold water seeped into her skin as panic surged through her. "Am I going to die like this?" she thought fearfully. "Will my life end so meaninglessly?" She should have felt terrified, but strangely she wasn't scared at all. Ruby tried to grab hold of the black ribbons around her, thinking, "It feels like they're mocking me. Why can't I take them off?" At this rate, she was sure she would suffocate. Suddenly, something entered the lake. A hand reached through the water and grabbed her. Finally, Ruby was rescued from the dangerous situation. It turned out that Isaac had saved her life. Behind them, the nobles who had witnessed the scene began to gossip. How did she end up down there? What happened? Ruby was dumbfounded, still trying to process what had just occurred. She looked at her hand, tightly clutching Isaac's shirt, and then at his angry face. "What's going on?" she thought. "Clearly what made me fall into the lake was a monster. A monster appeared inside the palace." But she knew that was the least of her worries. The real problem was the man in front of her. "It's just like the last incident. He's going to think I did it on purpose, I bet." Her voice trembled as she stammered. I was so scared." Desperate, she quickly hugged Isaac tightly, clinging to him. "You saved me again. As expected, it's only you," she shouted dramatically, her heart racing. "Do you even know I was the victim this time too?" Ruby thought bitterly. Isaac didn't say anything. Instead, he just stared down at her, making her sob softly at first, then loudly like a child. His only response was a long, helpless sigh. Early the next morning, a servant knocked on Ruby's door and called out, "Madam, are you awake?" Ruby replied, "Come in." The servant entered with a tray of food and said, "I've brought breakfast." Ruby sat up slowly, rubbing her eyes. "You didn't have to bring it up. I'm feeling a little unwell," she said, her voice still groggy. The servant nodded. "Is that so?" Ruby glanced around the room and asked, "Where's Elle?" The servant replied, "She went out early this morning." "I'll excuse myself," Ruby muttered, seeing their indifferent attitude. Everyone is so heartless, she thought dejectedly. That cold attitude. Ruby entered the bathroom and gently dipped her feet into the warm water. As she soaked in the bathtub, she sighed contentedly. So warm. She sank deeper into the water, her mind drifting back to yesterday's events. It seems to have caused quite a commotion, she reflected. A monster attacking someone right inside the supposedly safe palace must have caused quite the panic. The centre of Andal is a place where monsters shouldn't appear. The same goes for what happened on the first night I arrived here. There are too many suspicious points. In the novel, monsters don't appear so suddenly like this. Why are they only bothering me? Ruby thought, feeling unsettled. It's completely different from what happened to Ruby in the original story. If things continue like this, will people start thinking I'm a summoning witch? After her bath, Ruby changed into her clothes but suddenly sneezed. Moreover, after falling into the lake, that symptom reappeared. She felt the familiar burning sensation inside her body, as though needles were pricking her all over. It happens twice a year, ever since I entered this body. She remembered the first time she complained about feeling unwell. They had called a doctor, but the doctor only said, "Miss, you don't have a fever, and there's nothing unusual." The Pope had been worried, asking, "How can that be? She's in so much pain." The doctor had apologized helplessly. "I'm sorry, Your Holiness, but I don't know what the problem is." Ruby thought back to that moment. Other doctors had said the same thing. Her father, the Pope, had come over, gently placing his hand on her forehead. "My beloved daughter, could it be that you're lying to me because you don't want to get engaged?" She had started sweating in fear at his words. "Since then, I've had to endure it. I'm used to enduring it anyway, and the symptoms only last a few days. I can bear with it a little longer," Ruby decided. "Otherwise, that husband of mine will think I'm playing tricks. There's no need to call a doctor." Even so, since she had been lying down all morning, she felt a little better now. But one thought lingered in her mind. Speaking of which, why did he tell me to wait back there? Whatever the reason, it's unexpected for someone like him to say that, Ruby thought, remembering Isaac's words, "Wait here for a moment." She sighed helplessly. He must have forgotten because of the monster. "When water fills, you have to sail the boat," she told herself, gently opening the door. Suddenly she noticed two guards standing outside, their expressions serious. "They look scary," Ruby thought, staring at them. One of the guards asked hesitantly, "Do you need anything, madame?" Ruby smiled politely and replied, "Sorry to bother you, do you know where my husband is?" The guard hesitated, avoiding eye contact. Ruby could tell he wasn't going to answer and sighed inwardly. "Right. How could you tell me that?" The two guards exchanged troubled looks. "Scene change, Elmoport." Ruby smiled graciously and said, "Thank you. I won't forget your kindness." The guard, looking nervous, thought fearfully, "If Sir Isaac knew, I wonder what he would say." Ruby peeked through the window, her curiosity piqued. "So he's here. What's he doing?" she thought. Probably an important meeting. Inside the room, a young man held a beer mug, his face flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Drink another mug? Day drinking is the best." Ruby observed the scene before her with a heavy heart. Like hell. Look at them. Are they really knights? She frowned. But it has to be like this. Life is hard anyway. My husband. She scanned the room for a while until she finally spotted her husband. Her eyes rested on him, and she sighed. The problem now is how to approach him, she muttered to herself. That arrogant... Suddenly a voice startled her. "Who are you talking about?" Ruby spun around and locked eyes with the young man. She thought, "Who is he?" Her heart jumped when Andy suddenly appeared, startling her so much that it felt like her heart might leap out of her chest. Ruby carefully observed Andy for a moment, thinking, I've seen him somewhere before. The person who went to find Isaac by the lake that day. Isn't it him? Andy apologized shyly. I thought Madam was secretly following, so I... Ruby gave him a judging look. Following me for that reason? How strange, she thought. Even so, he doesn't give off the same strange hostile feeling as Lorenzo. Andy, looking anxious, asked, Are you feeling better? Ruby smiled and replied, I'm fine now, thank you. Andy smiled in relief, and Ruby thought to herself, He looks like a puppy. Then he introduced himself shyly. I'm Sir Isaac's attendant. Ruby replied cheerfully, I thought so. How long have you been working for him? Andy answered, Just recently. The previous attendant caused trouble, so I was lucky enough to replace him. Ruby asked in surprise, Caused trouble? He explained. He sang an obscene song in front of Sir Isaac. She remembered instantly. Could it be the song Lorenzo sang? Wait, does he also want to visit because of me, like Lorenzo? Ruby thought. Andy wondered aloud. But why is Madam hiding here? Ruby, caught off guard, thought, Isn't it obvious? After a moment, she replied, It's not like I came to see Isaac. I just missed him so much, so I stopped by for a bit. Andy smiled and said, I understand. He looks best from afar, right? But Sir Isaac is very gentle with his wife, isn't he? He'd definitely be sad if he knew you came but didn't come to see him. Ruby forced a smile, thinking, what does gentle mean in your dictionary? She imagined Isaac looking at her with contempt, saying, That's sad, which made her wonder, does a cold-blooded person like him even know sadness? Or is Andy so beaten down by Isaac that something's broken? Ruby replied shyly, Is that so? Andy made an X with his hands and said, He's not the type to beg a woman to wait for him. Her voice trembled as she said, Beg? Andy replied awkwardly, Don't tell him I said that. He'll kill me. Hearing that, Ruby thought dejectedly, He really does get beaten a lot. She whispered, But what are you all doing here? Andy whispered back, Lately, monsters have been appearing frequently, like the incident at the palace. The other day, before Andy could finish, Isaac suddenly appeared from behind and said, Why don't you just lie down flat? Both Ruby and Andy turned around, screaming in surprise. Andy stammered, Sir Isaac, flustered, exclaimed, Whose husband is this perfect? Andy cheerfully chimed in, You're absolutely right. Suddenly Ivan appeared and said, Is that Madam? I thought Andy was hiding here with someone to badmouth us. Ruby, feeling awkward, thought, Do they do a lot of bad things? They even worry about that? Andy, looking shy, said, I'll excuse myself. Ruby forced a smile and greeted, Hello, Sir Ivan. Ivan replied, Are you feeling better? I was worried you'd be shocked after what happened at the lake. She responded softly, Thank you for your concern. Ivan said, It's what I should do. Did you come to see this brute? He pointed at Isaac, whose face remained cold since he discovered Ruby had been secretly following him. Ruby, feeling annoyed, thought, Why hasn't he changed at all? She then replied, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you, but I wanted to thank you for yesterday. Van joked, This guy should be the one thanking me. Thanks to me, he had the honor of saving Madam, right? Isaac replied coldly, It was only natural. Ruby stammered, Of course it was. If I died, it would be very troublesome for you all. Isaac, not understanding, asked back, What? Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Ivan intervened. Don't be like that. Would you like to have lunch with us? This guy would be happy too. Ruby wondered, Is it all right if I go? I'm afraid I'll interrupt your conversation. Ivan cheerfully replied, Not at all. What interruption? Madam can do as she pleases. Suddenly, Ian called her name anxiously. Blood was flowing from her nose, but she didn't seem to notice at first. What? She asked. Drops of blood dripped onto the ground. She fearfully raised her hand to look and thought, a nosebleed? Even if I'm not feeling well, I've never had a nosebleed before. Before Ivan could call out worriedly, "Madam, are you all right?" Ruby quickly replied, "I'm fine." She thought, having a nosebleed in front of Isaac is so unsightly, how embarrassing. But the bleeding didn't stop, and as her body swayed, she fell backward. Isaac quickly caught her. Ruby looked up at him fearfully as he called her name. "Why is your body so hot?" Isaac asked, concerned. "Hot? That can't be. Even the doctor didn't know, so how can you?" she thought. Quickly, she stood up, wiping the blood away. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to see this," she said. Isaac asked, "Who did you come here with?" "Alone, of course," Ruby replied. He pressed. "You came here alone, in this condition?" Ivan handed her a handkerchief and said, "Madam, when is the doctor arriving?" "Here's a handkerchief." Ruby smiled and replied, "Actually, I didn't tell anyone. It's not to the point where I need to call a doctor. I'm just a little dizzy. I'm sorry for worrying you." Isaac, still worried, said, "What are you talking about? Your body is burning up." Ivan scolded angrily. "Since when did your family become full of useless people? How can no one know she's this sick?" Ruby pondered. "Well, that's true. Even a renowned doctor couldn't see my symptoms. I thought it was just a side effect of living in someone else's body, but Isaac just said her body was as hot as boiling water, and he even personally wiped her nosebleed. It was both embarrassing and amazing, yet she felt so dizzy. Right after, a loud thud was heard, followed by shouts. "Madam?" Isaac held her up, shouting, "Come to your senses!" Ivan yelled, "Madam!" Ruby's thoughts swirled. Now, Her vision blurred, and she saw only the two men in front of her, trying to wake her up. She knew she had reached her limit. In Ruby's subconscious, she seemed to hear something. Who's wailing like that? Is it Elia or some other maid? Why is she crying? Suddenly, Ruby woke up. She sat up, thinking, how long have I been asleep? The crying still echoed in her ears. Someone has been crying continuously for a while now. Is it really Elia? Something's wrong. Ruby opened the door to her room and saw the doctor talking to Isaac. Anyway, for the time being, madame. Both men turned to look at her, making Ruby think in embarrassment. Were they startled? Who would expect someone standing right in front of the door? The doctor makes sense, but why is that other gentleman glaring at me? The doctor asked, "Madam, are you all right?" Ruby replied, "Yes, but someone keeps crying." Isaac, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" Ruby explained, "I keep hearing crying. I was worried it was Elia, so I came out here." The two men stared at each other. Isaac turned to her and replied, "There's no one crying." Ruby thought fearfully, "No way. It was just a moment ago. Why did it stop now?" She stammered, "I'm not lying. It was just now." The doctor said, "She has never lied to you." Ruby thought in surprise. "Oh, he trusts me that easily?" Isaac turned to the doctor and said, "Sergi, you may leave now." Sergi bowed and replied, "Then I will return tomorrow for a checkup." Ruby said, "Please be careful." Isaac, stealthily glancing at her, wiped the sweat from her forehead. Immediately afterward, he lifted her up. Ruby was startled, not understanding what was happening. Why did he do that all of a sudden? Does he think I'm a package? Wait, I should react shyly here, right? After thinking that, she said bashfully, "You're just like a prince on a white horse." Isaac was speechless for a moment, then said, "It seems you still have a high fever." Ruby asked, "But I had a nosebleed just now, right?" Isaac paused for a moment, then replied, "Not just now. It was 3 days ago." Hearing that, Ruby thought in surprise, 3 days have already passed. She stammered, "I'm sorry for bothering you. Even so, please don't hate me. I thought it was Elia crying." Isaac replied, "Elia wasn't crying." Ruby said excitedly. That's right, she's different from me. But I still have something I'm good at. Isaac asked curiously, What is it? He avoided her, continuing to walk away. Ruby smiled brightly, thinking, It's acting. Isaac glanced at her, then suddenly said, You mean? Ruby asked in confusion. Huh. Isaac, looking annoyed, walked away without saying anything. I'll tell you later, he muttered. Ruby sat up, frustrated, cursing him in her mind. He's been acting cold toward me since last time. Immediately afterward, the door slammed shut, making Ruby feel helpless. Suddenly, a loud noise startled her. What was that? It turned out to be Isaac, banging his head against the wall. He sighed silently, as if he wanted to say something. Ruby thought to herself, I was sick for 2 more days after that. It was just a normal fever, not some annual event. She remembered being examined by Sergi, the doctor. Sergi had instructed her, Madam, you're very ill. You mustn't skip meals. You need to eat and drink properly or you'll collapse again. You absolutely must eat. Ruby thought, scolding me like that. Anyway, the result is a combination of the annual event and the fever. Maybe it's because I fell into the lake before, so the sudden nosebleed or Isaac noticing my temperature can be explained. But why am I so restless? Moreover, she was locked in her room, unable to refuse food. It's really hard work for me, she thought bitterly. To make matters worse, Elle came every hour to ensure she ate. Ruby couldn't run away or secretly vomit the food. Now that the fever has subsided, why are they still overprotecting me like this? Elle had said. Everyone was very panicked when they heard that you had collapsed. Ruby forced a smile and replied, I'm sorry for worrying, Elia. I didn't expect to act so foolishly. Elle shook her head. No, it was my carelessness. Besides, it's the first time I've ever seen my brother so shocked. Ruby thought, Isaac had that kind of expression. She imagined him sarcastically saying, finally dead. I thought he wouldn't react in any particular way, even if I died right in front of him, she thought fearfully. Elle continued, Anyway, it's fortunate you recovered faster than expected. If you're feeling better, how about joining me for the horse riding gathering this weekend afternoon? Ruby smiled and replied, Of course I'll go. Thank you for asking me, Elle. Seeing Ellen's discouraged expression, Ruby thought, I answered immediately. Ruby pondered the horse riding gathering. That Freya and Elle took me to every summer is a golden opportunity to make a good impression, something that could catch the eye of the upper class here. On the day of the horse riding gathering, the maid asked in wonder, Are you really planning to leave it like that, madame? Ruby, unsure what to do, asked back, Let's see. What else should I add? The maid looked at the jewellery box and said, It doesn't seem like something I should give you my opinion on. Ruby, noticing the maid's hesitation, said excitedly, How about you choose one for me? Since you're already doing it, choose one for yourself too. The maid, bewildered, asked, One for me? Ruby nodded in agreement and said cheerfully, Yes, you've taken such good care of me when I was sick. She thought, Oh well, this image is ruined. Ruby continued, Even if I have them, I don't have the opportunity to use them, so I can give them as a thank you gift. Choose anyone you like. If others find out, it'll become troublesome, so it's a secret between us. After Ruby finished speaking, the maid quickly took a piece of jewellery. She glanced at Ruby and thought, This one definitely looks the best. As long as it's a gift from Chaser, it doesn't matter what I take. The maid shyly replied, Thank you, madame. Ruby smiled happily and replied, Take it. Then, as she thought about it, she asked, How long have you been working here? The maid replied, 3 years. Ruby continued curiously, Then you must know the head maid well. How long has she been working here? The maid replied, That person? Oh no, the head maid has been here since the young master and young lady were little. I heard she was originally the young lady's nanny. Ruby forced a smile, thinking, It seems like she's not very satisfied with the head maid. she said. I see. Thank you. You can go now. After the maid bowed and left, Ruby mused. I think that incident could only have been a loyal maid in disguise. If she's Elia's nanny, her feelings for the siblings would be different. I'm even more dissatisfied if the person who extinguished the torch in my room that night was a criminal disguised as a maid. That would be ridiculous. Reborn in the original story was never like this. Did they think I was an easy target? I'm speechless. Ruby thought, this writing group, no matter where young nobles use horse riding as an excuse to build relationships, it's no different from a picnic, gathering information and looking for lovers, a social club where horses are just a front. At the last banquet in the palace I was quite unremarkable, so I'll just keep pushing like this. Suddenly Freya appeared, calling her name. She approached Ruby cheerfully and said, It's good that you've recovered, madam. You don't know how worried I was when I heard you were ill. I really wanted to visit you, but I was afraid of bothering you, so I didn't go. Ruby replied, Bother me? Anyway, thank you for worrying about me. Freya said happily, It's good that you've recovered, isn't it, Madeline? Ruby looked at the scene before her and thought, So even a horse can have eyes like a rain-soaked puppy. As expected, the main character's childhood friend has to be special. The others are only thinking about stealing Freya's position from me. Ruby didn't know that Ellen was silently watching her. Ellen gently placed her hand on Ruby's shoulder and said, They're all trained horses, so you can choose whichever one you like, except for the ones on the right. Ruby glanced over and replied, So, it's those ones? Ellen replied, Because those are my brother's personal horses. Ruby said, dazed, I see. Freya asked worriedly, But wouldn't it be too much for Madam to ride the others? She's just recovered. Ellen said, Madam won't be riding for long, so it shouldn't be a problem, but if possible, let me choose the most obedient one. Cedric. As soon as she finished speaking, a servant appeared. Ruby glanced at the horses and thought to herself, The most obedient horse? Which one is it? Even the horses are discriminating against me. I hate you guys too. No, I have to control myself. Freya greeted Isaac when she saw him arrive. Isaac replied grumpily, You're quite cheerful this early in the morning. What are you doing? Freya replied, Your beloved wife intends to spend time with us today. If you're lonely, you can join us too. Isaac asked, Why? Before her was Isaac's frowning face, but she said cheerfully, You look very handsome today. Are you going somewhere? Isaac replied, No, I'm resting, so I'm not doing anything. Ruby thought in confusion. Then why are you here? She said. I'm choosing a horse to participate in the riding gathering. Come with me. Isaac rumpily responded, I'm busy. Ruby fumed, cursing him in her mind. You just said you had nothing to do. What a contradiction, she asked. But I can choose any horse, right? Isaac asked, Do you know how to judge horses? Ruby replied shyly, No, I don't have any talent for judging horses at all. She thought to herself, That's why I fell for you, even though it's just pretend. Isaac and Ellen looked at each other silently. Then Ellen spoke up. Dr. Sergi said it would be all right with this, so brother, choose a horse and take Ruby. I have to go to Fang first. Freya said worriedly, But Elia... She looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Ellen ignored her and said to Freya, Let's go. Ruby thought to herself, Hey, wait a minute. Elia, are you really just going to leave like that? Are you leaving me with this monster? She stammered. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'll go home first. Isaac asked. Where are you going? Cedric, the servant, bowed and replied, Yes, sir. Isaac continued, Go outside. Cedric, bewildered, replied, Yes, sir. Isaac pointed behind him impatiently and said, I said, go outside. Cedric replied fearfully, Yes, sir. Ruby watched Cedric's retreating figure and thought to herself, Why did he leave too? If that's the case, then there are only 2 of us left. I really hate the stables, especially when I'm alone with a tyrant. It was the same in my past life and it's the same in this life. Ruby remembered Chaser saying, "Do you know what you did wrong?" She thought, because I had to go through the same terrible things, I can't get caught up in the hurt and ruin everything, so I have to endure it. Suddenly, Isaac called her name. Her expression was strange. Chaser's voice rang out in her mind. "I told you not to frown." Isaac walked past her and said, "Forget it. First, come here." The voice continued, "Come here, you ignorant girl." Isaac continued, "Try climbing up once." Chaz's voice echoed in her head, "Come here, quickly." Isaac went on, "Because you're an idiot. That's the only way to deal with you." Chaser continued, "For a fool like you who doesn't know gratitude or duty, there's only one way to punish you." Ruby fearfully tried to reassure herself, "It'll be okay because I said I like Isaac. I can endure it. I was beaten a lot during that time." Isaac, unaware of what was happening, lightly said, "Looks like the most stubborn one." But surprisingly, before he could finish, Ruby suddenly collapsed to the ground. Isaac asked, "What are you doing?" Ruby replied fearfully, "I'm sorry. I deserve to die. It's all my fault. I wasn't grateful and understanding." Isaac frowned in confusion. Ruby continued to mutter, "I really can't be saved." Silence filled the stable. Isaac looked at Ruby, trembling before him in astonishment. He guessed that Ruby had been frequently whipped while in Romania. Ruby realized she had misspoken and became terrified. Isaac gripped the whip tightly in his hand and decisively threw it far away. Isaac asked angrily, "Why did you bring that here?" Ruby stammered, "Because there's only one. If you tell me where the others are, I'll bring them next time." Isaac grew even angrier. "Bring the others and tell me what to do with it." Ruby was so scared that she was sweating bullets, apologizing profusely out of instinct. Seeing her like this, Isaac couldn't help but curse in frustration. Ruby immediately covered her mouth, not daring to utter a word. After calming down, Isaac extended his hand and gently pulled Ruby into his arms, telling her to breathe slowly and calm down. Ruby clenched her hands, telling herself that she had been through this many times and there was nothing to be afraid of. Isaac didn't understand why Ruby, being so scared, still wanted to participate in the horse riding. Ruby gave a small, strained smile. "I just wanted to meet new people." Isaac looked doubtful. "You already know everyone here." Suddenly, Isaac handed Ruby an apple. Ruby looked at the apple in her hand, bewildered. Isaac turned his back and walked away, saying, "You said you wanted to choose a horse, right? My horses are all very valuable." Ruby looked solemnly at the apple in her hand, feeling that her fear had been for nothing. She asked if she could ride Isaac's horse, and he unexpectedly agreed readily. Ruby looked at the horse, worried that it wouldn't let a stranger ride it. Isaac spilled the beans. "If you feed it an apple, it won't recognize its owner." Ruby held the apple in front of the horse and said, "I'll give you this, so please be gentle with me." Isaac quietly observed her from the side. He realized that Ruby seemed to like that horse very much. Ruby explained, "It's because it looks very handsome." Isaac turned and called Cedric back. Cedric hurried over when he heard his name. Isaac said calmly, "I'll go with you." Ruby couldn't hide her joy and asked, "Is that okay? Will you really take me?" Isaac replied indifferently, "I'm resting, so I have nothing to do. It's fine to go for a bit." Ruby remembered that Isaac had said he was busy earlier. Isaac made a bold statement, "I was busy in my mind." Ruby was astonished. She didn't expect this kind of person to exist. The next scene showed the two of them riding horseback, one in front and one behind. Ruby thought to herself, "Isn't this a big step forward? At first, he hated even making eye contact with me." She reminded herself that she had to keep working hard so that Isaac wouldn't lose interest in her. Everyone around them, witnessing the scene, gathered and started gossiping. Their faces were filled with horror, as if they had seen something terrible. Some even asked each other if they were hallucinating. One person was so shocked that they spat out the wine they had just drunk, unable to believe their eyes. Ruby didn't need to turn around to feel the intense energy from the person behind her. Even Elle and Freya couldn't hide their astonishment. Elle was the first to speak. "What's going on, brother?" Isaac slowly approached and said, "I have a responsibility to correct what you've done." Elle was slightly annoyed. "Don't tell me you came back because of my fault." Isaac corrected her words. "I didn't come here because of your fault." Elle gave Isaac a burning glare without hesitation. "Then what do you want me to do?" A moment later, Ruby turned around and asked, "Isaac, why aren't you acting consistently?" Isaac shot back, "Then what would you do?" Elle immediately retorted, "Don't joke around, at least I know how to say thank you. I'm different from father." Isaac wasn't about to be outdone. "Right, I know. You're the only one in our family with a conscience." Ruby, seeing the tense situation, grew anxious. She felt like she was the source of the conflict. Freya, unable to just sit and watch anymore, stood up and intervened before the situation could escalate further. Freya tried to persuade Isaac. "Is this really something worth arguing about? Stop it. We came here to have fun." Ruby, unsure how to get off the horse, sat still, feeling awkward as everyone seemed to forget about her. She could only cry inwardly. Fortunately, Isaac noticed her at that moment. Without a word, he reached out, gently taking Ruby's hand and helping her down from the horse. Once again, Ruby found herself in Isaac's embrace. She took the opportunity to speak up for reconciliation. "Stop arguing," she said softly. Isaac looked at her silently without speaking. Sensing his hesitation, Ruby quickly added with a playful pout, "Don't be angry because of me. This handsome face will be ruined." Freya, standing nearby, observed the interaction. Her expression suddenly became unreadable. Isaac remained quiet for a moment, then finally sighed and replied, "I'm not angry." Isaac even deliberately asked Elle, "Are you angry with me?" as if to prove there was no tension between them. Despite the atmosphere calming down, Ruby still felt the need to thank Isaac. She looked at him affectionately, grateful for his support. Ruby said, "I will definitely not forget today. I'll even write it in my diary. Is that okay?" Isaac just shrugged and said, "Do as you please." Ruby forced a bright smile, though inwardly she was exhausted from maintaining this facade. After everything settled, everyone called her to the banquet table. As she approached, her face fell upon seeing a golden turtle figurine proudly displayed. Her hand trembled as she hesitated to touch the handle, wondering why it had to be a turtle. After a moment of mental struggle, Ruby managed to pick up her teacup. Elle, noticing her unease, explained, "It's always like that between us," referring to the earlier tension with Isaac. Freya, still concerned, added, "Leaving Isaac alone like that can't be good." Elle replied indifferently, "He'll know how to behave." Ruby looked at Isaac's back, lost in thought. As she tried to focus on the present moment, someone suddenly addressed her. "Is Madam's health all right?" It was Miss Conin, who was clearly looking for an opportunity to bring up the incident at Elmerport. Smirking, she added, "I heard Madam even had a nosebleed." Ruby instantly recognized Conin's intention to embarrass her in front of everyone, but she played dumb, responding politely, "I sincerely thank you for your concern, Miss Conin." But Conin wasn't done. "Ever since last time, I haven't seen Madam eat much. Is Madam on a diet, or is the food here not to your liking?" Ruby chuckled internally at the absurdity of it all, given that Conin had only met her twice. She casually replied, "I'm naturally a light eater." Conin then began lecturing. "Unlike in the South, here in the North you must take better care of your health. You wouldn't want to become a burden to others." Feigning gratitude, Ruby continued to smile. "Thank you for your concern, Miss Conin. Perhaps we should exchange more words over a cup of tea sometime." Later, Conin, at a loss for words, just smiled awkwardly. At that moment, a plate of cake was placed in front of Ruby. Elle, noticing that Ruby had been busy with the conversation and hadn't eaten anything, proactively offered her the cake. Out of the blue, Freya brought up Ellen's earlier argument with Isaac. "Speaking of older brothers," she said, "I have one too. He's a reliable person." The topic naturally shifted to Ruby's brothers. When asked about them, Ruby simply replied, "My brothers often listen to my whims." Freya immediately expressed envy. "If I had brothers like that, I'd miss them a lot." Ruby sensed a hint of judgment in her words, but didn't dwell on it. She simply smiled and said, "Since I'm enjoying myself so much here, I haven't really thought about them." Taking advantage of the mention of Ruby's family, someone brought up Cardinal Valentino's visit to Arundel this year. Ruby, surprised by the question, replied that she had never heard of such a thing. She was also quite taken aback by Cesari's fame. The match was scheduled for late autumn, so Cesari would be arriving in a few months. Whether it was Cesari or Isaac, both were equally arrogant, and it was hard to imagine what would happen if the two ever met. After the banquet, Freya and Ruby went horseback riding in the forest. During their ride, Freya reassured Ruby, "Don't mind Conin. She's not necessarily a bad person. It's just that she's pursued Isaac for a long time, so she's a bit jealous." Ruby waved her hand dismissively, signalling that she understood. She even said with a smile, "I had anticipated that many ladies would admire my husband. After all, he's so dashing." Freya immediately complimented Ruby on her amiable nature, and the two continued their ride in good spirits. Freya added, "Actually, at first, I thought Madame was a formidable person." Ruby asked curiously, "Why is that?" Freya explained, "Because Madame is the Princess of Romania." Ruby nodded in agreement. If it were the original Rhea, it would be so, she thought. However, Ruby felt more drawn to the initial Rhea, believing that if she had truly liked her surroundings, she wouldn't have made such foolish choices. As they rode further, Ruby noticed they had gone quite far and wondered if they could continue further ahead. Freya reassured her, "As long as we don't go too deep inside, it's fine. This is the safest place to hold outdoor gatherings." Freya also noticed Ruby's skill at riding. Ruby modestly explained, "It's probably because I like horses, so I look more experienced." Suddenly, Freya proposed a horse riding competition. She pointed towards one side of the forest and said, "Follow the side road on the right, and you'll see the finish line on the other side. Whoever gets there first wins." Ruby recognized this as a golden opportunity to get closer to Freya and agreed without hesitation. Freya, familiar with the road, graciously offered to let Ruby start first. Ruby, without suspicion, followed Freya's suggestion. After saying goodbye, she eagerly rode toward the direction Freya had pointed. Sitting on horseback, Ruby felt more comfortable than ever. She couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh, something she hadn't done in a long time. Ruby untied her hair, letting her long locks flow in the wind, savouring the rare feeling of freedom. For the first time in a while, she wanted to fully utilise her abilities. Excited, Ruby called back to Freya, but there was no response. She turned and realised that no one was behind her. Confused and slightly uneasy, she wondered where Freya had gone, completely unaware of the danger lurking nearby. In her moment of vulnerability, a mysterious dark shadow sensed Ruby's presence. Taking advantage of her unguarded moment, it extended its tentacles and grabbed her ankle, pulling her off balance as her heart raced in panic. Ruby, caught off guard by the sudden attack, lost her balance and fell off her horse. As the strange tentacles clung to her body, she struggled frantically to break free despite not fully understanding what was happening. A tentacle suddenly reached out in front of her, and with a loud thud, something ominous had occurred. The sky darkened quickly, and the moonlight began to bathe the forest in an eerie glow. After being attacked, Ruby fainted. Groaning in pain, she finally regained consciousness some time later. Disoriented, she looked around, trying to grasp her surroundings. Suddenly, a noise behind her made her turn her head fearfully. Emerging from the bushes was a monstrous creature that resembled both a rabbit and a weasel, but far larger and more grotesque. Ruby stared at the creature, her mind racing to identify what it was. It had the body of a weasel, but was grotesquely oversized. As if to confirm her worst fears, the creature opened its gigantic mouth, revealing a pile of bones inside. Unsure if they belonged to humans or animals, Ruby's terror grew, and she let out a scream. Her eyes focused on the bones, and the more she looked, the more they resembled human remains. Her face drained of colour, and she nearly fainted on the spot. Sensing her fear, the weasel-like monster waved its hands, as though trying to reassure her not to be afraid. Then, to Ruby's shock, it took slow steps toward her. Ruby could only wave her hands frantically, begging it not to come closer. Just as she feared she was about to become its next meal, the creature suddenly scooped her up in its arms. Without a word, the monster held her tightly and began to run, darting through the forest at a terrifying speed. Ruby, still in shock, assumed it was carrying her away to finish her off. She cried out in desperation, pleading with it to let her go, but the creature showed no sign of stopping. Ruby thought in despair, "I tried so hard not to die at the hands of my husband, but now I'm going to be eaten by a fat monster." A sound, like that of a ferocious beast, echoed through the silent forest. Ruby and the weasel monster were hiding behind a rock, quietly observing. Curious about the source of the noise, Ruby peeked over the rock. The weasel monster quickly pushed her head down, urging her to stay hidden. The footsteps grew closer and closer. Ruby covered her mouth, trying to stifle any sound, but just at that moment she hiccuped. The noise wasn't too loud, but it was enough to draw the attention of the thing approaching. What appeared before them was a monstrous figure, an eerie, headless corpse riding a horse. Ruby, terrified, carefully observed the creature, unsure of what kind of monster it was. The headless rider scanned the area, seemingly searching for Ruby. She could only hold her breath, praying it wouldn't find her. With each of the rider's approaching steps, Ruby squeezed her eyes shut, refusing to reveal any sign of her presence. After what felt like an eternity, the terrifying creature finally turned and left. Ruby exhaled in relief, her heartbeat still racing. When she looked to the side, she saw the weasel monster scurrying off into the shadows. Ruby also noticed that the dark purple tentacles that had attacked her earlier were writhing nearby, occasionally sparking with electricity. Instinctively, she reached down to touch her ankle where the tentacles had grabbed her. Before Ruby could examine her injury further, the weasel monster returned. It gently placed a leaf on Ruby's forehead. Ruby, stunned, didn't know how to react to the strange gesture. After a moment of confusion, she realized that the creature was trying to help her. Hearing it make a soft noise, Ruby asked excitedly, "Can you understand me?" The weasel monster waved its hand in response, signaling that it did. But when she asked if it understood human language, it shook its head vigorously. It seemed that the creature could only understand the sound of Ruby's voice, not her words. Ruby, sensing the creature's willingness to help, decided to ask for one more favor. "Can you take me home?" The weasel monster's mood suddenly shifted, and it seemed strangely dejected. After a brief pause, it regained its composure, though Ruby couldn't help but notice the lingering sadness in its eyes. The weasel monster gestured for Ruby to climb onto its back. As she touched its hand, a surprisingly soft sensation spread through her fingers. Once Ruby was securely positioned, she informed the weasel monster that they could depart. With that, it leapt into the air, carrying her swiftly through the forest towards home. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a search party was in full motion, calling out for Ruby. Andy, one of the searchers, shouted, "Madam, where are you?" Just as he finished, a rustling noise came from the bushes behind him. Andy cautiously turned to investigate. Something had just darted away. He moved closer and shone his light on the source of the noise. To his surprise, there was Ruby, sitting on the ground, covered in scratches and wounds. "Madam," Andy exclaimed, relief washing over him. "It's so fortunate you're safe." Isaac, upon hearing Andy's shout, froze in place. Andy quickly reported to him, "I found Madam." Ruby, still shaken and disoriented from her encounter with the monster, felt a wave of fear wash over her as she faced the search party. Though she was relieved to be away from the weasel monster, the thought of facing Isaac made her stomach churn. She felt even more terrified. Andy noticed a leaf stuck to Ruby's forehead and carefully removed it. As he turned it over, he saw blood on her skin beneath it. Ivan, another member of the party, gently pushed Andy aside and told Ruby, "Come quickly, let's take you back." Ruby followed slowly, trying to calm herself, reassuring herself that it was good to be back, that things might be okay. But just as she felt a hint of relief, Isaac's voice cut through the air. His tone was cold, dripping with sarcasm. "My wife? It seems you can't go a single day without causing trouble, can you?" The words sent a jolt of panic through Ruby. Her heart pounded rapidly and her knees trembled. Overwhelmed by fear and exhaustion from her injuries, she lost her balance and collapsed to the ground. Looking up at Isaac, she was filled with dread. In that moment, it truly felt as if he was going to kill her right there on the spot. Seeing Ruby in such a state only made Isaac angrier. His voice was sharp as he sternly commanded, "Get up!" Andy, wanting to speak on Ruby's behalf, was abruptly cut off. "Didn't I tell you not to attract my attention like this?" Isaac snapped. Ruby knew she had upset Isaac again. She obediently lowered her head and apologized, trying her best to hold back tears. But what else could she do? Isaac frowned, clearly frustrated. He didn't want to see Ruby like this at all. In front of everyone, Isaac unexpectedly lifted Ruby into his arms. His tone serious, he said, "We need to treat her wounds first." He then ordered all his subordinates to withdraw from the forest. Andy and Ivan, who had been bracing themselves for Isaac to vent his anger on Ruby, breathed a sigh of relief. The group headed straight toward the castle, but the atmosphere was tense and quiet, with only the sound of the horses' hooves breaking the silence. Isaac allowed Ruby to lean against him, adjusting his pace to the slowest possible speed to avoid aggravating her injuries. Ruby, feeling the warmth of his embrace, secretly observed his face. But Isaac betrayed no emotion. She couldn't tell what he was thinking. Slowly, Ruby closed her eyes, feeling the exhaustion from the day's events catching up with her. Once back at the castle, Ruby's wounds were bandaged, and she drifted into sleep. After what felt like hours of deep rest, she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Isaac sitting at her bedside, quietly watching her. Her immediate reaction was to apologize. "I'm sorry for falling asleep," Ruby murmured, her voice still groggy. Isaac didn't waste time. "Explain everything," he demanded. Ruby, still confused, hesitated for a moment before recounting the day's events truthfully. She told him that Freya had suggested a horse-riding competition, that she had set off along the path Freya indicated, and then, out of nowhere, something had reached out from the bushes. Ruby's heart raced as Isaac's words landed heavily in the air. She had been trying to make sense of everything that had happened, and now this shocking revelation. Freya had said she led Ruby into the forest at her request, and that she tried to stop her because she knew it was dangerous. Ruby's mind swirled. She couldn't fathom why Freya would say such a thing. Isaac's piercing gaze was unwavering as he asked, "So, is Freya lying?" His words were like ice, cutting through Ruby's confusion. A wave of questions crashed through Ruby's mind. Why would Freya lie about this? Was she trying to avoid taking responsibility, or was there something more sinister behind it? Everything had been fine just moments ago, and now the situation had turned on its head. Isaac didn't wait for an answer. Go back to Romania. I'll take you back no matter what," he declared, his voice firm. Ruby's eyes widened in shock. She had always known that their marriage would end eventually, but not like this. The Romanian royal family would be more than happy to find an excuse to annul their marriage, and her father's family would probably demand it. But Isaac was the one saying it. Her mind raced, wondering if he was doing this out of anger or something more. The reality of the situation hit her hard. If the marriage was annulled, Elle would be forced to marry the Prince of Doria. If Elle died, Ruby would be left helpless, and her father's accomplice would have succeeded in his plan. She couldn't let that happen. Isaac's cold voice broke through her thoughts. "Anyway, we didn't marry for love. You being here isn't good for either of us, so go home." For the first time, Ruby felt a surge of defiance rise within her. She clutched the blanket, her emotions overwhelming her. Without thinking, she threw herself at Isaac, kneeling at his feet in desperation. "I can't go back," Ruby pleaded, her voice breaking. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "It's all my fault. I won't do it again. Please forgive me. I'll accept any punishment. I'll accept whatever punishment I deserve, please." Isaac's expression hardened as he forced her to look at him. He took a deep breath, his voice turning cold and cruel as he confessed his feelings for the first time. "I hate you. Your lowly status disgusts me. Why do you always act like this? Whether you live or die isn't my concern, but why am I causing such a commotion in the middle of the night?" Ruby's heart shattered at his words, the final blow to her already fragile spirit. "Just because of you? What are you that I should care so much? I'm going crazy trying to understand." Isaac's words hung in the air, sharp and cutting. After his outburst, silence filled the room. Ruby, her heart heavy, realized something. Despite everything, she had become more than just a passing thought to Isaac. He had wavered, even if only for a moment, because of her words. It was a small victory in a sea of conflict, but to her it was everything. She was no longer invisible to him, no longer just a side character in his life. "I'll do anything," she repeated, her voice soft and desperate, like a broken record that couldn't stop playing. Isaac paused, his eyes flicking toward her as if assessing her sincerity. Ruby's voice was unwavering as she repeated herself once more. "I'll do anything, so please spare me." Isaac's expression softened for just a moment before he put his hands to his face in frustration and stormed out of the room, leaving Ruby to sink into the depths of despair. The silence was deafening, suffocating her with its weight. Freya van Fuana, a perfect noble lady, always confident, elegant, and adored by all. She had been described in the novel as a character who never lost her composure. No matter how much Rhea provoked her, Freya always played the role of peacemaker, dealing with every situation with intelligence and grace. This was the kind of woman Ruby had hoped to befriend, thinking that perhaps they could become close despite the dangers that surrounded her. But Freya's hostility from the start had made no sense. Ruby had done nothing to provoke her. Then, a sentence echoed in Ruby's mind, one that had been haunting her for some time. "An existence not worth caring about is becoming increasingly bothersome." Ruby didn't understand it. She didn't understand why Freya treated her like this, nor did she know what to do with the painful uncertainty swirling in her chest. The next morning, Freya came to the castle to apologize. She admitted to initiating the competition, but claimed that Isaac's frightening reaction had forced her to lie. Her remorse for Ruby seemed faint. Her acting skills were truly masterful. Ruby glared at her with disgust. Apologize? As if, Ruby thought. If you were truly sorry, you'd tell the truth, even if it's late. Why say these things only when we're alone? Still, on the surface, Ruby had to appear magnanimous. "Miss Freya, you didn't know things would turn out this way. Don't worry about it." Freya continued to feign guilt, and Ruby forced a bright smile. "I'm really fine. I even enjoyed it. Got to admire the beautiful scenery of Arundel up close," Ruby said, her tone light but biting. Freya was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. She took Ruby's hand and offered her full support should she need anything in the future. Ruby knew that to Freya she was an insignificant obstacle. She didn't know what she had done to upset her, but it was clear no one would believe her over Freya. The irony was that the only person who had listened to Ruby was her husband, the same man who was destined to murder her. Later, Elle came to inform Ruby about plans for a birthday party for her brother. "Just proceed with what I asked you to do," Elle instructed. Ruby scratched her head in embarrassment. Elle wasn't wrong. Given the current situation, she was probably already on everyone's blacklist. Going out there now would only make people hate her more. Elle would be too busy to help until the day of the party, so she had the servants prepare everything Ruby would need in advance. The mere mention of the servants gave Ruby a headache. Though they had pretended to care for her not long ago, once her husband went into seclusion, they began to treat her with contempt. The servants ignored her, despite saying she should ring the bell if she needed anything. When Ruby did, they would take their time arriving, often with indifferent attitudes. Fortunately, Ruby had bribed Lucille before and was still receiving her help. What Ruby needed to focus on now was improving Isaac's opinion of her. After some thought, she remembered the bedside table. Luckily, what she needed was still in the cupboard. She took out a needle and thread set, planning to embroider something for Isaac's birthday. She hadn't noticed when a maid had entered the room until she suddenly spoke, asking if Ruby knew how to sew. Ruby didn't even recall summoning her. With a polite smile, Ruby replied, "I'm just imitating someone else's embroidery." She even pretended not to know what to embroider. The maid immediately suggested a willow tree pattern, mentioning that Isaac often climbed a willow tree as a child, but it had been cut down, and now he missed it dearly. Ruby forced a bright smile, thanking her for the suggestion. After the maid left, Ruby's smile faded. She wasn't sure of the specific reasons behind Duchess Om's tragic death, but one scene stood out vividly in her memory. The Duchess had hanged herself from a willow tree. A willow tree? No way, Ruby thought. She was also certain this maid had been the one who extinguished the torch in her room during Isaac's last birthday. On Isaac's birthday, Ruby finally finished embroidering a sunflower design as a gift. She then took out pen and paper, intending to write a letter to him. However, before she could begin, a sharp pain surged through her stomach. Her period had arrived. Why today of all days? Ruby silently cursed. She reached for the bell beside her bed, using the last of her strength to ring it. Unfortunately, the person who came was the same wicked maid from the previous day. Seeing that Ruby was suffering from menstrual cramps, the maid coldly offered to bring her pain medication. The maid also announced, "According to the young master, Madam is only allowed to stay in her room today." This meant Ruby wasn't expected nor permitted to attend the ceremony. The maid added, "Anyway, your health isn't very good, so it's probably for the best. If you want to send a message, I'll deliver it for you." A moment later, another maid arrived with medicine. "Madam, I brought your pain medication." Although Ruby disliked it, she reluctantly took the medicine. "Lucille, call Ellen for me, please," Ruby requested. However, Lucille's response was disappointing. "Miss has gone out. She'll be back when the party starts." "I see. Thank you, Lucille." Lucille, noticing Ruby's appearance, felt a twinge of sympathy but couldn't do anything to help. "Then I'll excuse myself," she said, leaving Ruby alone. Ruby lay in her room, her mind racing with Marta's earlier words. What should I do? Marta had promised to deliver Ruby's message, but could she really trust her? If Marta says I'm crazy, will she even give him my message? Ruby's thoughts spiraled. No matter how upset he is, telling me I can't attend his birthday party is absurd. But what if what the maid said is true? She tried to calm herself. If it's Isaac, it's possible. I want to believe it's not. But what if this is his way of completely severing his feelings for me? Time passed quickly, and soon it was almost 5 p.m. Ruby remained alone in her room, waiting anxiously, her confidence draining with each passing minute. This is too much. The party is about to start, and they must have told Anya that I'm not well and can't attend. It was true that Ruby wasn't feeling well, but she couldn't just sit there any longer. She needed to find a way to save herself. Hearing Ruby's bell, Lucille returned as instructed. "You called, madam?" Ruby, now with a determined smile, looked at the maid. "Can you help me? The party is about to start." "And I want to attend too," Ruby insisted. Lucille looked a little worried when she heard this. "But madam, I was told." Ruby interrupted the maid before she could finish. "Just help me change my clothes. I've been cooped up in this room for days and I feel so stifled. I just want to go out for a bit of fresh air and then I'll come back right away." As she spoke, Ruby discreetly handed Lucille a jewel as payment, her expression pitiful. "Please, Lucille." Lucille glanced at the jewel in her hand, confused by the unusual request. In the end, she couldn't resist Ruby's desperate look and agreed to help. "Madam, you can only stay for a little while and then you have to come back immediately." I know, I'll be right back," Ruby promised. At last, Ruby had the opportunity to deliver the letter where it needed to go. Her escape was successful, and she soon found herself standing in front of the palace doors, where the party was in full swing. "As a madam, I have to sneak around like a thief," she thought bitterly. "Okay, I just need to deliver the gift and head back, but what am I doing?" It seemed that fate was not on Ruby's side. Though the sky had been calm, a sudden clap of thunder echoed, followed by an unexpected downpour. Ruby could hardly believe her misfortune. Why did it have to rain right now? She cursed. Drenched and frustrated, she hurriedly checked the gift to see if it was damaged. As she fumbled with it, a voice suddenly rang out from nearby. "As expected, even the heavens know whose birthday it is today. Is it because it's the North's greatest night? Even the heavens must show respect." It was the chatter of the guests at the party. Ruby quietly peeked inside at the lively atmosphere, feeling even more out of place in her current state. "Why are they so happy?" Ruby thought to herself. "I worked so hard to prepare a gift for him, yet," looking at the gift bag in her hand, Ruby could only blame herself for being so naive. Just then, as if in answer to her thoughts, a familiar voice rang out. "It doesn't look like it was that hard." As she had guessed, the voice belonged to Isaac. He was chatting with the people inside, and a girl responded, "Kitty SIRU, how annoying. Do you really have to ignore someone's sincerity?" Another voice chimed in, "I told you, Mississippi, it's useless to treat this guy nicely." Ruby felt a pang of sadness as she watched Isaac laughing and talking happily with the guests around him, showing no sign of noticing her. "And I went through all that trouble to sneak out just to give him a gift." The door slowly opened, but along with it came Ruby's overwhelming sense of disappointment. "I don't blame anyone," she thought. "I just blame myself for being naive enough to put my heart into someone who doesn't care about me. Let's go back. I'm just an uninvited guest. Showing up like this would only be humiliating." It was all for nothing anyway. The gift was ruined. She glanced at the simple, crumpled gift bag, damaged by the rain. Unconsciously, she compared it to the elaborate gifts Isaac had received from the young ladies at the party. No comparison, no pain, she thought bitterly. But the more she compared, the more she felt sorry for herself. How could I give him this? Having just been caught in the rain and chilled by the cold night wind, Ruby involuntarily sneezed. The raindrops were gradually subsiding, and she looked up at the sky, noticing that the clouds were beginning to clear. But when she glanced around, she was struck by confusion. In her sadness, Ruby had wandered aimlessly, unaware of where she was headed. "But where am I?" she wondered, suddenly feeling lost. Suddenly, a strong collision jolted Ruby, sending a sharp wave of pain through her shoulder. "I thought my shoulder was broken," she panicked. Unsure of who had bumped into her, Ruby decided she had better run. She was about to leave when a voice called out, "Madam, are you all right?" It turned out the person who had collided with her was Lorenzo. Hearing his voice, Ruby froze. Then, with tears threatening to spill, she said something that took Lorenzo by surprise. "Just curse me as much as you want. I know you all hate me, so don't pretend like last time. You can curse me all you want." Her words left Lorenzo baffled. "Madam, what are you talking about?" he asked, clearly confused. But Ruby didn't believe him. She simply waited for the curses to come. "I may look like this, but I'm good at judging. I won't have any ambitions and will live quietly, like a dead mouse, so don't worry," she said between sobs. Realizing she was becoming emotional, Ruby quickly turned away to wipe her tears. "It hurts so much, that's why I'm crying," she told herself. But just as she turned, what she saw made her freeze in place. Right before her stood not only Ivan and Emian, but Isaac as well. The sudden appearance of the three men left Ruby stunned. She stood frozen for 5 full seconds as Isaac's stern gaze pierced through her. The moment she saw him, Ruby couldn't control the surge of emotions. Her face flushed with anger and tears welled up in her eyes. Where did they come from? She thought in a panic. What if Isaac gets angry because I left the room without permission? I can't lose face in front of Freya's brother. Without thinking, Ruby turned to run, but her dress was too cumbersome. She barely took 2 steps before stepping on the hem, causing her to fall flat on her face right in front of the 4 men. There was no greater humiliation. Ruby was too mortified to move, too embarrassed to even face them. This is so humiliating. Just then, a large figure approached. It was Isaac. To her surprise, he gently helped her up, his attitude soft and caring. "Hey," Isaac began, but Ruby was utterly terrified. Ruby hurriedly explained. "I'm sorry for leaving my room without permission. I just wanted to give you your present and then go back. I didn't intend to linger here at all." Isaac was surprised and puzzled by her words. "What are you talking about?" Ruby, trembling, continued. "I know you told me I didn't need to attend the party, but I still wanted to give you your gift." Her voice cracked and tears streamed down her face. Isaac's expression shifted to surprise. "What? Who said that?" Ruby was stunned. "I've been tricked," she thought. "That maid played me." But as she processed Isaac's denial, her face brightened. "So? You don't hate seeing me? I can give you my gift, right?" Her heart swelled with relief. Thank goodness. At least this... Just as she was about to take out the gift, Isaac suddenly grabbed her hand tightly. He looked directly into her eyes, a distressed expression on his face. He opened his mouth to say something, but the words seemed to catch in his throat. Before he could speak, a loud shout startled them both. "Damn it, Lorenzo, you've been whispering nonsense behind my back again, haven't you?" Ruby timidly peeked behind her and saw a chaotic scene unfolding. Lorenzo was desperately trying to explain. No, I didn't. I only did it once, I swear." Isaac looked furious. "You bastard. I told you what would happen if you dared to sing that song again." Hearing this, Ruby couldn't help but smile to herself. Even if he didn't mean to, it feels refreshing to see him get in trouble like this. Noticing Ruby's sudden interest in the conversation, Isaac's curiosity was piqued. He turned around and asked, "What song?" The 3 people who had been arguing and wrestling fell silent, their faces turning pale. No one dared to answer him. Isaac's voice grew stern. "I asked, what song?" Ruby suddenly recalled a conversation with one of the servants. "Oh, right. There was a servant who told me before. I'm new here. The previous servant caused some trouble and I replaced him." Ruby had asked at the time, "What kind of trouble?" "He sang an obscene song in front of Lord Isaac," the servant had replied. Apparently that servant was fired because of the song, which explained why everyone had become so tense. Ruby sighed inwardly. As much as I want to see Lorenzo suffer for this. I don't want to hear that disgusting song again, Ruby thought, looking at the cold-faced man before her. Her heart filled with worry. I hope that song didn't reach Isaac's ears. Trying to divert his attention, Ruby cleverly sneezed. Seeing her like this, Isaac's expression softened with concern. "Are you all right?" he asked, sounding heartbroken. It was the first time Ruby had ever seen him so warm towards her. Overcome with emotion, she blurted out, "You're such a caring person. Are you not angry anymore? You don't hate me, right?" Her words made Isaac blush, and he quickly looked away, trying to compose himself. With a steady voice, he gently helped her up and said, "Let's go inside." But Ruby suddenly remembered her soaked dress. Wait a minute. You're telling me to attend the party looking like this? As soon as they entered the hall, Ellen rushed over, her face full of concern. "Ruby, what happened?" Isaac replied curtly, "We'll talk later. Take her to change her clothes and then come back." In the dressing room, Ellen looked at Ruby and said, "The maid said you weren't feeling well and couldn't attend the party. When I left, you didn't look well either, so I thought you really couldn't come. What happened?" Without thinking, Ruby responded, "I feel much better now. It was just period cramps. I was told I didn't need to attend the party today, so..." Ellen's expression immediately darkened. "Ha! Who said that?" Ruby didn't need to answer. From the look on her face, Ellen already knew who it was. She sighed and shook her head dejectedly. "For now, let me get you some of the pain medication my brother uses." Ellen, still worried about Ruby being left alone, enthusiastically escorted her back to the main hall. "Ruby, try this," she said, offering her some food. "You haven't eaten anything all day." This concern made Ruby feel a little flustered. "Ellen keeps telling me to eat whenever she sees me. I'm really fine." Suddenly, a girl approached and asked, "Ellen, what's wrong? Isaac doesn't look very well." Ellen immediately went to check. "I don't know either, but let me go see. You stay here with Ruby." Ellen, always enthusiastic and concerned, led Ruby out to the main hall after helping her change. "Try this, Ruby. You haven't eaten anything all day," she said, handing her a plate. Ruby felt flustered. "Ellen keeps telling me to eat whenever she sees me." "I'm really fine," she thought. Suddenly, a young girl approached and asked, "Ellen, what's wrong? Isaac doesn't look very well." "I don't know either," Ellen replied, quickly turning her attention to Isaac. "Let me go check. You stay here with Ruby." Ruby blushed. "Hey, I'm not a child who needs looking after," she muttered to herself. As soon as Ellen left, 3 men hurriedly asked, "Is Madam all right? I heard she wasn't feeling well." Still trying to explain, Ruby replied, "It's a bit complicated, but I'm fine now." The young lady looked relieved, her face filled with concern. "Thank goodness, I was so worried," she said, but then added, "Is something wrong between you and Isaac?" "No, nothing's wrong," Ruby responded politely. "Miss, I'm all right now, so you can go attend to your other guests. You probably need to greet a lot of people." "Oh, well then, if anything feels inconvenient, just let someone know," the girl said, departing. Ruby thought to herself, who can I even tell? But why had Isaac insisted on bringing her here? Was he planning to announce a divorce at his birthday party? Ruby couldn't help but overthink. No, don't be so negative," she reminded herself. Just then, someone approached her. "I thought you wouldn't come today." It was Princess Aren. Seeing the little princess, Ruby gently bowed and replied, "I had some matters to attend to, so I'm late. Who did you come with, Princess?" The little princess innocently replied, "I came with my nanny. My mother doesn't usually attend events like this." Looking at the small princess, Ruby couldn't help but sympathize silently. Compared to the royal siblings, the king's grandchildren, the queen consort, who came from a slave background, attending this kind of party felt a bit out of place. Suddenly, a childish voice interrupted Ruby's thoughts. "Madam, your husband is a holy knight, isn't he? My brother is a holy knight too." Ruby turned to see a young noble lady. Smiling politely, she greeted her. "Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, miss. Do you know my husband?" The little girl beamed with pride. "Probably. My brother is quite famous after all." Ruby chuckled to herself. Just by looking at her proud demeanor, she could already guess what type of person this girl was. Charming in appearance, but spoiled in personality. The girl continued boasting. "Madam, your husband used to carry me on his shoulders." Ruby was surprised. "Really? Isaac did that?" But the girl clarified, "It was actually my brother who made him put me up there." Just imagining the scene, Ruby couldn't help but smile. I can picture Isaac's face during that moment. Nearby, 2 other young girls, Leah and Princess Aren, were whispering. "I heard the princess touched Madam's hair first," Leah said curiously. "It's true," Princess Aren whispered back, "but we can't do that now. Everyone is watching." Leah, being naturally curious and a bit proud, pouted. "But I want to touch it now." Not wanting the 2 children to argue, Ruby kindly intervened. "You can touch it now, it's all right. It doesn't matter if people are watching." Leah's eyes lit up with joy at Ruby's permission, and Princess Aren was delighted as well. As the two girls played happily, touching and braiding Ruby's hair, Ruby complimented them. "Did I braid it nicely? You're both very good at it." Suddenly, someone approached. It was Isaac. His cold voice broke the playful mood. "What are you doing here?" The three of them froze as they turned to face him. Ruby stammered, "Where have you been?" Isaac sighed. "I'm the host of this party, remember?" Ruby could only laugh awkwardly, thinking to herself, is he really bragging about being the main character here? Just then, Leah's brother appeared as well, smiling as he observed the scene. As expected, Madam is playing with her. Ruby raised an eyebrow. "As expected? What do you mean?" He playfully scolded his little sister. "Leah, have you properly greeted Madam?" Leah giggled mischievously. "Yeah, I even cursed you a little too." Ruby laughed, explaining to Isaac, "The princess and Leah were just playing with me." Suddenly, a hand appeared before Ruby's eyes. Is he being more generous to me because it's his birthday, or is he just moody, she wondered. Although she couldn't quite understand Isaac, Ruby unconsciously extended her hand, and Isaac helped her up effortlessly. His expression remained unchanged, but his actions were warm. This unexpected tenderness made Ruby unable to contain her emotions, and she blurted out, "Could you do that again?" Of course, she quickly realized what she should have said instead. "I'm sorry, I won't bother you any more." But Isaac's eyes were still fixed on her, making her uneasy. Wait a minute, why is he staring at me like that? Could it be because of... Ruby suddenly remembered she hadn't given him his gift yet. "Oh, right, I have a gift for you," she said, fumbling to retrieve the gift bag she had prepared earlier. Seeing Isaac's gaze shift to the bag, Ruby thought, as expected, this is what he wants, isn't it? She couldn't help but smile at the thought. What a snobbish man! Yet, she handed him the gift with sincerity. "It got a little wet in the rain earlier, so it's not very pretty, but I stayed up all night making it. I hope you like it. Happy birthday!" "I'm so glad you were born." Ruby's eyes were filled with affection as she spoke, pride swelling up inside her. From a distance, the scene appeared to be one of affection and ambiguity, but in reality, Ruby was feeling flustered. "Hurry up and take it, my hand is getting tired." Finally, Isaac accepted the gift, looking at it with curiosity. "What is this?" he asked. Ruby hurriedly explained. "It's a letter." "No, it's a self-criticism filled with my sincerity." She thought to herself, if I say it's just a letter, he'll probably throw it away immediately. Isaac, unsure of how to process his emotions, gripped the gift tightly. Still, with his usual cold and indifferent demeanour, he muttered, "It's just full of nonsense." Ruby, noticing the same expression on his face as before, felt a pang of disappointment. "Don't you like it?" she asked. To her surprise, Isaac's response made her happy again. "No, I like it." Outside, the weather at the castle was getting colder. The wind howled, and even indoors Ruby, with her poor cold tolerance, shivered. This northern weather! It's probably hard to see the sun until summer comes. Suddenly, someone she had nearly forgotten about made their return. Duke Alta, Isaac's father. He had come to see Ruby and Ellen early in the morning. "Please forgive me for the late greeting," he said sternly. Ruby responded politely. "It's okay, I wanted to greet you when you felt more comfortable." As the Duke looked at Ruby, he felt disappointment. My son doesn't resemble me at all, except for his eyes. He must have inherited his appearance from the Duchess. The Duke then said, "My son is a fool, so I'm worried that he won't treat you well." But contrary to the Duke's concerns, Ruby replied cheerfully, "He's very kind to me." This surprised the Duke. That brat. Meanwhile, Ellen, sitting beside Ruby, was in a bad mood. "You missed his birthday," she remarked. The Duke, surprisingly unconcerned, replied, "That brat prefers it when I'm not around. You missed the wedding anniversary too." His Majesty was quite disappointed. But the Duke didn't seem guilty about these things. "Honestly, it's not like it's just a day or two," he thought. Then he suddenly shifted the topic to Ruby. "By the way, madam, have you visited the temple yet?" This question made Ruby freeze for a moment. Visiting the temple? It wasn't about whether she, as the Pope's daughter, viewed her presence here as political, but a direct way of asking if she had spent her wedding night. In the north, after a noble couple wed, it was customary to spend their wedding night together and then visit the temple as a formal sign they had become husband and wife. Duke Omerta was essentially asking if she and Isaac had consummated their marriage. It was an unexpected and awkward question. In the original story, Ruby and Isaac had never fulfilled that duty, even until their eventual divorce. No one had forced them. Just as Ruby was lost in her thoughts, the Duke's stern voice brought her back to reality. He had already guessed the situation from her hesitation. Seeing the tension, Ellen tried to diffuse the situation, saying, "He wasn't there that day." But for a noble family like Omerta, this was unacceptable. The Duke stood up abruptly, shouting, "The wedding was held ages ago, and you still haven't fulfilled your duty? I don't know how to process this." Ruby, caught off guard, silently screamed to herself, "Why are you asking me this?" The Duke continued sternly, "I was reassured by the Pope that there would be no incident to disgrace the North. So what is this?" The Duke's reaction was understandable, given Ruby's colourful past. Without having experienced the wedding night, it was hard to consider the marriage official. A proud family like Omerta would never accept being jilted by the other party, especially with Ruby's history of being abandoned by previous grooms. Moreover, the Duke had actively promoted this marriage to correct his son's asceticism. He had expected the marriage to last and had high hopes for it. After thinking it over, Ruby decided to tell her father-in-law that she hadn't been feeling well recently, which was why the temple visit had been delayed. She assured him that now that she was better, she would visit the temple soon. The Duke, frustrated but trying to be understanding, sighed. He likely had more to say, but held back for now. "If that's the reason, I'm a bit relieved. You must have felt rushed with the wedding happening so quickly," he said, patting her head. So he's only gentle when he's like his father, Ruby thought. Outwardly, she appeared happy and accepting of the marriage, but internally she had long-term plans. If they consummated the marriage, it would be difficult to annul, as annulment was only possible if the marriage hadn't been consummated. But divorce was another matter entirely, and in Romania, ruled by the Pope, divorce was strictly forbidden, regardless of the circumstances. If they became a real couple, the Duke likely aimed to secure leverage for his son in case of any future political complications. In the original story, after the divorce, Ruby had poisoned Isaac's fiancée, Alnia, and returned to Romania. If the divorce procedure became more complicated, the assassination might be delayed, and Isaac would likely leave her in the north, since it would be troublesome to handle. "At least I won't have to return to that horrible place," Ruby thought. She thought so hard that her brows furrowed. "The only problem is how to consummate the marriage with my taciturn husband," she mused, still lost in thought. Suddenly, someone called out to Ruby, "Madam!" It turned out to be Emo, who waved to get her attention. "You came at the right time." Seeing Emo call her, Ruby immediately ran out into the hallway to speak to him directly. "What's the matter?" she asked, concerned. Actually, it wasn't anything serious. Emo was just happy to see her. "What? It seems he's just free," Ruby thought, as Emo casually continued the conversation, asking if she had come to see Isaac. Ruby didn't hesitate to admit it and handed the fruit basket she was holding to Emo, asking if her grumpy husband might want to eat some fruit. Emo smiled, rubbing his head in gratitude. "Thanks for the basket," he said. He was actually more grateful because he, too, was hungry. He probably planned to devour most of the fruits Ruby had brought for Isaac. As they chatted animatedly, suddenly Mr. Guier appeared right behind Emo. "Fruit," he said calmly, startling everyone. Ruby's heart nearly stopped from fear. Her limbs felt weak and her teeth chattered. But she still politely offered the basket of apples to Guier. He had such a fierce appearance, yet in Ruby's eyes he looked like a stuffed kindergarten tiger. Without a word, he grabbed an apple, turned around and left, munching as he walked. After a moment of silence, Emo explained, "That's my brother." Ruby laughed, relieved to find that he looked like a reliable older brother after all. They continued chatting, but suddenly Emo remarked, "By the way, madam, Isaac's training." From where they stood, they had a clear view of Isaac training with the other knights below. Isaac swung his sword with precision, and the other knights flew backward, overwhelmed by his sheer strength. Ruby and Emo, impressed, started cheering for Isaac. "So cool! Truly my superior!" they shouted, waving energetically. Isaac, hearing their cheers, paused for a moment. He looked up at the balcony with a loving gaze, though his expression made it seem like dozens of knives were about to be thrown at them. Ruby, stammering, said, "Sir Knight, the best knight in the north, is different, right?" Emo nodded but added with a chuckle, "Yeah, but sometimes he feels more like a monster, don't you think?" Ruby and Emo exchanged awkward laughs. Just as Gear left the scene, Ivan appeared out of nowhere and ambushed Emo, hitting him hard on the head. "While we train hard and sweat, you're lazing around like this," he scolded. Then, noticing Ruby, Ivan quickly changed his tone. "Oh, madame, you're here early today." His expression softened when speaking to Ruby, turning from harsh to sweet in an instant, like flipping a pancake. Seeing Emo get scolded to the point where his IQ seemed to drop, Ruby quickly intervened. "Sir Ivan, Emo was keeping me company so I wouldn't be lonely," she explained. But before she could finish, Ivan interrupted. "Madam, this guy isn't a knight, he's just a mere attendant," he said, gesturing toward Emo. Poor Emo could only nod in agreement. Yes, you can just call me Emo," he admitted sheepishly. Just then, someone from the courtyard below shouted, "Emo, are you seducing the madam?" It was Isaac, making his way up the stairs with deliberate heavy stomps. Reaching Ruby, Isaac wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing at her with a teasing smile. Seeing this, Ruby couldn't help but slip into her usual antics, looking at Isaac with sparkling eyes. "You know, you were super cool just now. I think I've fallen for you all over again," she said, her voice dripping with cheesy sweetness. Isaac gave her a look that left everyone speechless. As soon as Isaac arrived, Ivan quickly dragged Emo away, muttering, "Come on, you." It was unclear why Ivan always seemed to drag Emo around to bully him, but Emo followed without much resistance. "Am I interrupting your training?" Ruby asked, her voice innocent. Isaac, ever the straightforward one, nodded immediately. "Yes, you are," he replied, surprising her with his bluntness. Isaac didn't say anything more, though. Instead, he silently took an apple from Ruby's basket. Grumpy as always, Ruby thought. Didn't he say earlier he didn't need anything? But here he was, eating the fruit she had brought. What Ruby cared about more, though, wasn't the fact that Isaac ate the apple. Her eyes accidentally landed on him, and she couldn't look away. Suddenly, Ruby noticed the beads of sweat on Isaac's neck. Without thinking, she stealthily reached out to wipe them. Isaac reflexively turned to her, eyebrows raised. "What are you doing?" he asked, a sharp edge in his voice. Ruby quickly withdrew her hand and awkwardly explained, "I just wanted to wipe the sweat off your neck." But Isaac only glared at her, muttering, "It's dirty." "What's dirty?" Ruby thought, confused. "But I washed my hands when I arrived," she explained with a hint of frustration. "It's not your hands," Isaac mumbled, cursing under his breath, though it wasn't clear why he was suddenly so annoyed. His reaction was confusing, and Ruby felt the growing tension between them again. Though the atmosphere had softened since his birthday party, they still weren't as close as they once were. Still, progress was progress, right? "By the way, your father is back," Ruby tried to shift the conversation. Isaac, ever the blunt one, responded with a casual, "oh," without a hint of sincerity. His nonchalance left Ruby feeling even more awkward. "And he seems a little angry," Ruby continued. Isaac, unbothered, tossed the apple aside. "That old man's always angry," he said, as if it were nothing. Ruby glanced at the discarded apple, her mind racing. That's scary. I almost became that apple, she thought, dreading how she'd bring up what was really on her mind. Noticing her suspicious expression, Isaac asked, "You've had a weird look on your face for a while now." "Me?" Ruby stammered. "Who else is here besides you?" The words hit her square in the heart, and she resorted to her usual tactic, making cute, exaggerated expressions in front of Isaac, but as always, Isaac didn't find them cute at all. In fact, he gave her a look of disapproval before turning away with a blunt, almost sinister comment. "I really want to open your skull." "What?" Ruby's eyes widened in disbelief. "What's so scary about that?" It was even worse than what she had imagined. Still trying to figure out what to do about her father's anger, Ruby sighed. Isaac sat beside her, his curiosity now piqued. "So, what did the noble Lord Gear say?" he asked. Ruby hesitated, struggling to find the right words. "Well, he said we haven't fulfilled our duties as a real couple." Her voice faltered as she spoke. Isaac looked at her blankly. "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked. Ruby blushed, deeply embarrassed. Does he really not know? She thought, her face flushing even more. "You know, the wedding night," she finally managed to say. Isaac's eyes widened in realization. "What?" He blinked, taking a moment to process her words. Did he seriously need to be told directly to understand? Ruby groaned internally. If he had figured it out earlier, they wouldn't be this embarrassed right now. But what surprised her even more was that Isaac spoke up first. "You don't have to worry about it," he said suddenly, his tone softening a bit. "I told you before, it's not something you need to stress over." Ruby bit her lip, but, "My father?" Isaac cut her off gently. "He's my father too. I can deal with him." Ruby sighed, caught between relief and confusion. Isaac's calmness was comforting, but she couldn't shake the feeling that this unresolved tension between them would eventually catch up to her. "Why do you suddenly care about that? I thought you weren't looking forward to it?" Ruby started, her voice faltering as she tried to keep her composure. "It's just, after becoming your wife, I thought we should fulfill our duties as husband and wife. And I said, I didn't want to go home. I was completely serious." As she spoke, Ruby stood up, taking a deep breath before continuing. "Because I like you very much. Just being near you is enough for me. If you want to marry someone else, I'll accept it, but I hope it's your wish, your own wish, not because someone else forced you." Isaac sat in silence, listening to her every word. Perhaps this was the heartfelt confession Ruby had been holding back for a long time, a release of emotions that had been weighing on her. "Do you hate going home that much?" Isaac asked, his tone low as though he was about to reprimand her. Ruby shouted, "It's because you're here!" "Really? Is that the only reason?" Isaac questioned, his gaze skeptical. Ruby had spent so much time trying to prove her devotion, but he still doubted her sincerity. Her frustration was bubbling over. "You're right," Ruby said defiantly. If I sleep with you, no one else can interfere with this marriage." Isaac stood abruptly, now face to face with Ruby, his expression serious. "If you want to change your mind, say it now." His sudden intensity made Ruby a little apprehensive, but she stood her ground, refusing to waver. "I won't change my mind," she said firmly. Isaac continued to study her, his eyes searching for any hint of dishonesty. Then, without another word, he turned away. "All right then, I'll see you tonight," he muttered. Ruby was stunned for a moment, processing what he said. But soon, a wave of excitement washed over her, her eyes lit up. "Really? Really? Tonight?" she exclaimed. "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just so happy. So should I come to your room or should I wait in mine? Actually, it's better if I come to you, right?" Her words tumbled out in rapid succession, excitement overflowing. Isaac, already a few steps away, turned back sharply to shut her up. "Don't play any tricks. Go take a nap." "Yes, see you later," Ruby called after him, giddy and unable to contain herself. "Do you have any shame left?" she thought, laughing inwardly. After all, Chessa had sworn Isaac would never touch her. Though it was a big part of why she had married him, tonight felt like the point of no return. She imagined Chessa's shocked face if he knew what was about to happen. His crazy eyes bulging in disbelief, the thought made her even more excited. That evening, Ruby changed into a silk dress and sat on the bed, waiting for Isaac to arrive. She twiddled her fingers anxiously, her thoughts racing. Will it really happen tonight? Her heart thumped loudly, anticipation rising. What if he doesn't come? What if he changes his mind? She glanced out the window, noticing how bright the moon was. It reminded her of that day. I wonder how Pooh is doing, Ruby thought wistfully, hoping she'd get the chance to see her again one day. But her thoughts quickly returned to Isaac. Is he really not coming, she wondered, her patience wearing thin. She clasped her hands together in prayer. Please let tonight go my way. Please make my cold-hearted husband less indifferent to me. As she muttered her wishes to herself, hoping for a miracle, she kept her eyes fixed on the door, waiting for Isaac to step inside. Suddenly, the living Buddha, Isaac, appeared. And of course he overheard Ruby's silly prayers. Can you stop with those nagging words and just go to sleep? He said, his voice as calm as ever. Oh my! Ruby couldn't believe her eyes. He had just finished showering and there he was, wearing that sexy bathrobe that made her heart race. The female lead stared at him, utterly mesmerized. Although I might not be an expert in these things, I'm sure this isn't how a wife should look at her husband. How could she not be infatuated? She was waiting for the next part B as she called it, because it still felt like a dream. You really came, Ruby whispered, still in disbelief. It's like a dream. Isaac looked at her, his expression serious. I'll ask you one last time. After this, there's no turning back. Do you really not mind? His question was so intense that Ruby hesitated, not daring to respond immediately. But then she smiled brightly and said, No matter what you say or do, you're the main character in this world, and I'm just a supporting character trying my best to stay alive. I'm happy just to be with you. Isaac went silent, focusing on Ruby's face. Then, without another word, he pulled the string of his bathrobe and let it fall to the floor. Ruby's face flushed deeply. She was utterly captivated, unable to blink. Of course, if you don't play, you don't understand. Looking at his strong body approaching her, Ruby couldn't help but feel her limbs trembling. Her heart pounded wildly. Seeing her instinctively move back, Isaac teased. Scared now that you've seen it? No. That's not it, Ruby stammered. You're trembling like that, and you say it's not fear, as if I'm about to eat you alive. Oh my God, what else could this be if not being eaten alive? No, it's not that. I'm just nervous. Isaac, without missing a beat, slipped his hand around Ruby's waist and gently pulled the strap of her dress off her shoulder. Then he slowly let her dress fall. Wasn't he supposed to be innocent, Ruby thought. Why is he so skilled? The woman who had boldly proclaimed to the world that she was ready for this was now trembling, her heart beating as if it would burst from her chest. Oh God, save me! What's happening right now? Isaac smirked, leaning in closer. Stop biting your lip. That's my job, isn't it? His teasing made Ruby blush even more, and she started to doubt whether he was truly as innocent as she had thought. But now it seemed far too late for second thoughts. That evening, Isaac gently stroked the back of Ruby's neck, his touch sending shivers down her spine. But then his expression changed. He suddenly became alarmed. He had discovered a large scar on Ruby's back. What is this? Isaac asked, his voice rising in concern. Ruby had hoped he wouldn't notice, that he wouldn't see that spot. She hesitated, then offered an explanation. I got injured when I was playing as a child. But Isaac wasn't convinced. What kind of playing leaves such a big scar? Thinking quickly, Ruby made something up. When my cousins came over to play when I was little, we were pretending to be in the circus. One of my cousins, well, he was a troublemaker. He was swinging a whip around, and I accidentally got hit. Despite her explanation, Isaac's demeanor grew even colder. Without saying anything further, he pulled her dress back up, his hands tying the straps with a gentleness that contrasted with the icy expression on his face. Ruby was confused. What's wrong? she asked. Isaac's gaze was distant, and his expression remained cold. Did he hate seeing scars? Ruby wondered. She had thought that once he had started, he wouldn't care about such things, but now she wasn't so sure. She stood there hoping that this rare moment wouldn't slip away. If I let this opportunity pass... Suddenly, Rael climbed onto Isaac, gently pushing him down onto the bed. However, at that moment, Isaac calmly asked, "What are you doing?" "I was trying to push you down," she replied, slightly flustered. "Did I do something wrong again? Did I upset you?" Isaac suddenly asked her a strange question. "Is there more? I'm asking if you have any other injuries." This question made Rhea fall into deep thought. It was indeed because of the scar. There were a few more marks on the back of her thigh. What should she do now that things had turned out like this? Should she just tell the truth about the scars from her past? But what if he got angry because she had lied earlier? Just as Rhea was about to tell the truth, Isaac interrupted her. "It's fine. It doesn't matter." After saying that, Isaac quickly got dressed, dragging his feet as he lay back down on the bed. Rhea watched him, unsure of what he was thinking. He didn't leave, but he must have been uncomfortable after discovering that she had lied. "I have to apologize," Rhea muttered, approaching him, her voice trembling. "I didn't mean to hide it." Despite her confession, Isaac was still puzzled by her actions. "It's just that I was too ashamed of my troublesome past. I will never lie to you again." Suddenly, Isaac grabbed her hand and firmly said, "Enough. I told you it wasn't because of that." He sighed, clearly tired, and then pulled Rhea closer to him. Just like that, Isaac hugged her and fell asleep. Rhea could only peek at him, but when their eyes met, Isaac glared back at her coldly, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I don't understand why you always hold your breath in fear," Isaac said softly. "If you were a liar, I wouldn't be lying here with you like this. It's not your fault. I just think it would be better to do this another day." His simple action, his calm words, moved Rhea deeply. "Why did you believe me this time? So you don't hate me?" Isaac glanced at her, his expression unreadable. "Does that bother you that much?" Rhea immediately raised her head in confusion. "Why are you saying such nonsense? If you're going to sleep here, I'll go out." Isaac refused, pulling her tighter into his embrace. "Is it okay if I sleep with you?" Rhea hesitated for a moment. "It's up to you, really. I shouldn't have asked. I won't be able to sleep comfortably tonight." Rhea kept her eyes on Isaac, and, despite her nervousness, she couldn't help but admire his handsome appearance. Even while sleeping, he looked even more striking. Unable to sleep, Rhea fidgeted with Isaac's hand, her thoughts racing. Am I really going to die by these hands? A few minutes later, she gently slipped out of his embrace, her mind swirling. He's such a fool. If he just set his mind to it, he could do anything. Why does he keep hesitating like this? I wish he were like Cheza, like the members of my family, the kind of people I've met, people who make clear demands. Maybe then things would be easier. "Good night," she whispered, feeling a strange mix of emotions. The present scene suddenly shifted into a sea of fire. There, amidst the flames, stood a woman who looked exactly like Rhea. Trapped in the mansion, she seemed to be waiting for someone. Suddenly, someone appeared behind her, and her face lit up with joy. "I knew you would come," she said, her voice full of expectation. It was Isaac, but his eyes were filled with hatred. "What's the reason? Do I have to spell it out for you?" Rhea responded coolly. "You could have chosen another way. Yes, I could have confessed everything to you. I could have chosen to betray my family, but this is my choice. For my wonderful brother to kill Princess Omer just over a marriage. It's strange, isn't it?" Isaac's eyes widened in disbelief. "My brother told me to make the marriage difficult," Rhea continued, her voice cold and calculated. "But I didn't do that. Do you understand what I mean?" She slowly approached Isaac, her gaze unwavering. "I killed your sister." Isaac's voice trembled as he asked, "Why? Why did you do that?" Rhea turned slightly, her eyes filled with a strange calm. "It's not like I hated your sister." Isaac's voice grew more intense. "Were you also the one who stole the Holy Grail?" Rhea laughed softly, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Oh dear, I've been found out. Well, who else could have stolen that cup and let it fall into your hands? As for this divorce paper, I haven't signed it yet, so we're still husband and wife." She gently touched the sword in front of her, her fingers lingering on the cold metal. "It's late, but send me off as your wife, as a wedding gift." Hearing this, Isaac hesitated, his mind racing. Husband and wife, all this time you've only been exploiting your husband, and now you've even killed his family, and you dare mention the words husband and wife? Suddenly, Rudbeckia gripped the sword tightly. "Fool. That's the proof that we are truly husband and wife. Look at this grand quarrel between husband and wife. I've always dreamed of the day this damned place would turn into a sea of blood, and you helped me achieve my wish." Isaac stood, stunned, his mind racing. "I would have done anything for you. And so, I killed my wife. I'm sorry. Maybe all my life I've only tested your feelings, trying to determine if you'd be on my side until death. That's the last wish of a decayed person, so don't hesitate anymore. I love you." At that moment, Rudbeckia suddenly woke up, her heart pounding. What a complicated dream. Seeing her like this, Isaac asked softly, "Had a nightmare?" The situation made her feel awkward. "Why? Are you still lying next to me?" Isaac, his gaze softening, replied, "You're up early because of someone. I couldn't sleep well. Let's have breakfast together." His suggestion surprised Rudbeckia. Eat together? Not only sharing a bed, but also a meal? Isaac paused, then added, "Yes, from now on we'll have lunch together too, and if you're free later, come to the temple at noon. I happen to be free at that time today." The scene shifted to noon. Rudbeckia couldn't help but reflect on the unusual situation. I didn't expect Isaac to be the first one to suggest eating together, although with all the oily food and the atmosphere filled with murderous intent, I got indigestion and threw up everything. Could it be that Isaac came to the temple with her to comfort her, so she wouldn't worry about not being able to spend the wedding night? But this didn't benefit Isaac at all. Moreover, among Eorandal's priests there must be spies planted by Borgia. Or perhaps Isaac wanted to warn those spies that Romana's princess was in his hands, making it clear they shouldn't think about backstabbing Randall. What was he scheming? At that moment, Elle arrived, looking for her. "I heard you were coming to the temple with my brother." "Yes, that's right," Rudbeckia replied, trying to mask the confusion swirling in her mind. She suddenly hesitated before continuing. "Sorry to bother you while you're getting ready, but I have something to deliver to you." "Something to deliver?" Ruby asked, confused. "This is a letter addressed to you from Romania," Elle explained, holding out the envelope. "I thought it would be better to deliver it to you personally, so I brought it here. Cardinal Valentino sent it." Ruby's heart skipped a beat at the mention of Romania, and she was visibly startled. The letter from Romania, sent by Cardinal Valentino, made her feel uneasy. Elle, noticing Ruby's change in demeanour, asked, "Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Ruby quickly masked her worry. "Oh no, thank you." The scene shifted to outside the large mansion. Elle spoke again. "It seems you've been in contact with Princess Arryn lately. How about we visit the kingdom in a few days? The Queen would be very happy. Would that be all right?" Ruby, relieved by the distraction, smiled. "It's up to you. You don't have to ask my permission if you want to go. I'll go with you." Elle nodded, her face brightening. "Really? Yes, if you don't mind going with me, that would be great. But the Queen will probably be annoyed today. Let's focus on visiting the temple first. Although it's not for the betrothal ceremony, I feel quite embarrassed about last night. Next time I must follow the schedule properly." Ruby nodded in agreement. The priests in Arundel are more devout than in Romania, but they're more like inquisitors than dispensers of love and forgiveness. And Isaac's Lena sacred knights are tasked with protecting the temple, but they also obey the king's secret orders. So, if the royal family and the temple were to confront each other, I wonder which side the sacred knights would take. Suddenly, someone called out to Ruby. "I heard you were visiting the temple today, but I didn't expect to meet you like this. It's a pleasure." Ruby turned to see Freya. Her presence made Ruby wonder, did Isaac tell her? Freya smiled warmly. "It's nice to meet you. What brings you here, miss?" "My uncle is the archbishop here," Freya explained. "It's been a long time since I came here with my younger brother, so I'm visiting him as well." Ruby noticed something strange behind Freya. Countless cold eyes staring at her. Immediately, Freya turned to a man seated nearby. "Lorenzo, why aren't you greeting the madam? What are you doing sitting there? Honestly, it seems like you've all been captivated by madam's beauty." At that moment, someone approached, their presence so intimidating that everyone visibly stiffened. They immediately stood up, and Ruby sensed the murderous aura emanating from them. Isaac walked up behind her, his voice calm yet stern. "You're late. Have you been waiting long?" Ruby answered. "No, I just arrived. And you call me late?" Isaac glanced at her, his gaze softening. "This is a wreath I wholeheartedly made for you. I wonder if you like it. I also made one for Elle." Ruby was touched by the gesture, but Isaac's expression became quiet as he gently took her hand. "Your hands are all scratched. I was so focused on giving it to you that I didn't notice." Freya, observing them, spoke up with a hint of jealousy. "Anyway, Madam is so lovely. Why are you so harsh with her?" Isaac turned to her coldly. "What are you doing here?" Freya, unfazed, replied, "I came to see my uncle. I'm the one who brought Lorenzo here, so don't scold him." Lorenzo stepped forward, looking uncomfortable. "Madam, I understand that my brother behaved rudely to you before. I would like to apologize." Ruby thought to herself, "There's no reason for me to accept that insincere apology." Freya, noticing Ruby's lack of response, added, "Rude? What do you mean? I don't understand what you're talking about." Freya smiled knowingly. "Madam is truly generous. But there's no need to hide your wounded heart. Could it be that Madam was so hurt that she said those words to Lorenzo? 'My heart aches for you'?" Ruby quickly replied, "I'm not hurt at all." Freya's sarcastic smile returned. "So, Madame, at the same time, Lorenzo also wants to apologize to you." Lorenzo stepped forward, his face regretful. "About last time, I was disrespectful to you, Madam." Before Ruby could respond, Isaac stepped in front of Lorenzo, glaring at him. The sudden movement startled Lorenzo, and Ruby quickly intervened. "I'm fine, so you don't have to worry about it." Isaac, still tense, turned to her, his voice low. "Are you really okay?" Ruby nodded, but she couldn't help but feel something was off. Of course, strange. "I don't have a fever, but why am I breaking out in a cold sweat? Maybe I caught a chill in the garden. I do feel a little frail." Suddenly, Isaac reached out. "Did I get married, or did I sign up for child care?" He lifted Ruby up effortlessly, leaving Freya speechless. Before leaving, Isaac didn't forget to remind Lorenzo, "Next time, come and apologize directly." Freya and Ruby's sister stood there, dumbfounded. "Annoying, isn't it?" Freya muttered under her breath, her irritation clear. Ruby, still in Isaac's arms, gently advised, "I'm heavy. You can put me down now." Isaac smirked. "Put you down so you can bleed again and faint. Why bring up that embarrassing incident?" His teasing made Ruby flush with embarrassment. The awkward position made her cling to Isaac for support. "Why are you so startled? You've seen me naked before," Ruby said, trying to ease the tension. "By the way, should we speed things up a bit? You know, being held like this makes my heart flutter." She couldn't help but tease him, though she was equally nervous. Isaac suddenly interrupted her thoughts. About Lorenzo's rude behavior toward you. Why bring that up suddenly? He seemed to recollect something vaguely. I don't remember clearly, but I heard he sang a song teasing your curly hair. Is that true? Ruby hesitated, not wanting Isaac to know about the vulgar song. She wanted to avoid causing discord. She lied. Yes, I think so. Isaac didn't seem to suspect anything, answering quickly. I have to change the subject, though. By the way, you said this morning that from now on we'll have lunch together. Are you serious? Ruby's heart skipped a beat. Yeah? Don't you like it? Isaac asked, and Ruby thought to herself, I don't like it. I don't want to be tortured in a new way. She felt tense, still nervous, but before she could reply, she impulsively kissed Isaac on the cheek. Why would you do that? Isaac asked, surprised by her sudden move. Before Ruby could answer, the two were stopped by someone. Ruby felt a chill run down her spine. This person was the Pope's daughter in name. I did that in front of so many people in such a solemn place, Ruby thought in panic. Isaac's expression changed as he acknowledged her. Miss Rhea, I've been looking forward to your visit to the temple. Rhea smiled, acknowledging Ruby. Madam, she said warmly, before Isaac gently put Ruby down. Cardinal Valentino has asked us to take good care of his sister, Isaac added, his mood instantly changing. He glanced at Ruby, the mention of the cardinal's name adding a layer of formality to the moment. Isaac continued, This temple has long been recognized by His Holiness the Pope for its sanctity. Please consider this place your home, madame, and feel free to visit any time. Ruby was struck by the formality of the situation. Rhea's calm demeanor made it even more intense. Isaac turned to Ruby, reassuring her. Actually, I was quite worried because the two of you haven't fulfilled your vows yet, but seeing you like this today, I was worried for nothing. Isaac suddenly added, As you know, I'm not someone bound by old customs. His statement seemed to put Rhea at ease. Rhea smiled, but there was an underlying note of caution in her voice. Hearing you say that makes me even more reassured. However, since Madame is the daughter of the Pope, even if it's troublesome, it's best to follow the customs, isn't it? To prevent any further misunderstandings. Isaac dismissed it with a chuckle, but Ruby couldn't help but feel a tinge of discomfort. He placed his arm around her, an action that made her nervous. It's just that my wife hasn't been feeling well lately, so she's been limiting her outings. We'll visit again soon to resolve that matter. Rhea nodded, though there was something about the atmosphere that Ruby couldn't quite place. The others standing behind Rhea seemed to be wary of Isaac, their expressions guarded. Ruby couldn't help but wonder if it was because Isaac prioritized the Britannian kingdom over the temple, or if there was some other underlying tension. As she glanced at the group, she remembered the brief appearance of the archbishop in the novel. Was this all somehow connected? Suddenly, Rhea turned and spoke. Miss Rhea, during your stay here, I believe there won't be any obstacles to your religious activities. As it happens, the upcoming Feast of St. Agnes will feature a charity event at the temple. Could you spare some time to participate? Isaac, ever eager to stay close to Ruby, suggested, Can we both participate as husband and wife? Of course, it would be great if you could participate as well, as expected of a newlywed couple. You wouldn't want to miss even a moment, would you? Rhea's tone was light, but there was an edge to it. Isaac chuckled. Anyway, it seems the scale of this event will need to be expanded. The day of the Feast of St. Agnes arrived, and Ivan was overjoyed to see Ruby. Madam, you've arrived. It's a pleasure to see you. Van, it's enough that Madam came. Why did that brat tag along? Isaac muttered, noticing the sudden surge of people around him. Ruby, observing the crowd, realized that the plan had failed from the start. Only the two of them had come quietly. I didn't expect so many people to surround Isaac, she thought. I tried to convince them that I have nothing to do with the temple, but now it seems everyone is here. Isaac noticed Ruby's discomfort and asked softly, What's wrong? Ruby hesitated, her mind racing. I was just thinking that the atmosphere here is too lively. I didn't expect so many people to participate. It seems everyone is very devout, she added, trying to hide her unease. But they're just here to see if they can swindle anything from the temple. Just then Dien appeared, his usual cheerful self. That's not true, he said, grinning. Don't you know how devoted I am? Isaac frowned at him. I don't remember giving you leave. Why does this guy keep butting in? Dien, undeterred, asked, Sir Isaac, are you thirsty? Let me get you a drink. Isaac refused, but Ruby, sensing a small escape from the tension, replied, Actually, I'm thirsty too. Let me go with him. Isaac raised an eyebrow. Why would you do that? You're not my attendant. Ruby smiled gently. I'm interested in that stone statue, so I want to take a closer look. I'll be right back. Isaac hesitated but allowed it, watching her leave. As Ruby started walking away, Isaac noticed something off about her dress and quickly approached her. Wait, he said, adjusting her dress. You're not properly dressed at all. Did you stick something to your shoes and walk around with that dirt? Ruby flushed in embarrassment. Did I walk around with dirt stuck to my shoes? How embarrassing. I'm naturally careless. Isaac sighed but smiled. Good thing you noticed. Just be careful next time. Don't run and fall. Yes, I'll walk gracefully and elegantly, Ruby replied, trying to reassure him as she turned away. But inside she wondered, what's his intention? Why did he bend down and remove that from my shoe himself? When they reached the drink station, both Isaac and Ruby were surprised to find pomegranate juice, which looked strikingly like nosebleed, a symptom Isaac had endured in his training. Ruby couldn't help but laugh. Actually, sometimes I feel sympathy for that stone statue. If you're a trainee sacred knight of Arundel, you experience it all at once, showing off by standing still until your nose bleeds. Isaac nodded, just standing still until your body reaches a certain state, but those who consider it a sign of strength and celebrate by behaving rudely often get punched again, only to bleed again. A true sacred knight shouldn't be complacent. Ruby raised an eyebrow. Isaac's name itself is complacent, though, so what's with all the bragging? Isaac smirked. That state refers to the training process, the moment where physical strength and swordsmanship merge with the divine. Just then, a familiar figure approached. It was none other than the archbishop. Thank you for attending this charity event, he said with a warm smile. Would you care to stroll with me for a bit? Meanwhile, Isaac had gone somewhere, leaving Ruby to bid farewell to Dayan. She suddenly started trembling, her thoughts racing. I had intended to keep my distance from the temple as much as possible, but maintaining a proper relationship while observing doesn't seem so bad. Perhaps I could find clues related to Zizari's informant. Just then the archbishop spoke, breaking her train of thought. Actually, I was hoping Madam would visit the temple soon after arriving in Arundel. Ruby blinked, trying to mask her unease. About that. I understand Madam hasn't been feeling well. Your health hasn't been good, and you've had to endure one ordeal after another. Madam doesn't deserve to be treated so indifferently here. Ruby immediately denied it. I've never been treated indifferently. Both my husband and everyone else treat me very well. She felt a twinge of suspicion. Was he probing her? As expected of Cesari's angel. Madam is truly humble and has an unmatched, generous heart, the archbishop said, his tones syrupy with praise. Ruby smiled politely, unsure of his intentions. You overpraise me. I'm so happy to see the bond you share, he continued. But if anything becomes unbearable for Madam, please feel free to come here any time. Arundel's Grand Temple will never betray the Pope's grace. Thank you for your kindness. It's only natural, Ruby replied. People in the north can be rather cold. Even the devotees aren't very welcoming. The archbishop's eyes softened with nostalgia. Have you only lived in the north? Ruby nodded. In my youth, during a pilgrimage, I stayed in Romania. At that time, I was indebted to the Francesco monastery. Ruby's heart skipped a beat. Helped by the Romanian monastery? If the archbishop is indeed my family's informant, that's already enough of a headache. Although a humble person like me can't fully grasp the Pope's profound intentions, I will do my best for Madame's well-being and peace of mind while she's here, the archbishop concluded. Suddenly, the archbishop stopped, and before them stood Duke Alta, Isaac, and Elle. Your Grace, it's good to see you return safely, the archbishop greeted, bowing slightly. Isaac glanced at Ruby, and she felt a little embarrassed, but then he quickly turned his gaze away. What's wrong? Isaac teased. Afraid I'm conspiring with the archbishop to speak ill of you? Elle approached with a gentle smile. This way, sister. Don't mind them. They're always like this whenever they meet. Ruby, still processing the strange conversation, looked up to see Freya approaching. Your Grace, truly unexpected, Freya remarked with a teasing grin. Look at the paintings. Stop bullying Isaac. There are many pieces he would like. Shall I bid on them and gift them to him? No, Isaac replied, shaking his head. He already has enough paintings at home to be sick of them. Freya turned to Ruby. Madam, do you like paintings? Ruby hesitated. I like them, but I'm not very good at appreciating them. Is that so? Freya raised an eyebrow. But His Grace loves paintings. Why don't you bid on a few and gift them to him? Ruby smiled awkwardly. It sounds like helpful advice, but if it were Freya, I don't know. He would never like anything I gave him. Besides, I don't have the money to spend. In principle, I'm allowed to use the DIY I brought, but if I use it as I please, I'll be scrutinized. Freya chuckled. I haven't formally studied art either. Isn't Romania the holy land of art? Elle intervened, trying to steer the conversation away. Enough about paintings. Ruby, we were just discussing something. I was thinking of hiring a dedicated maid for you. Our household staff mainly consists of people who've been with the family for a long time, so to make you more comfortable, I thought it would be good to hire someone with no ties to the family. Ruby was taken aback. Hire a new dedicated maid for me? A completely new face? Elle nodded. Actually, my brother was the first to mention it, but I thought it was a good idea too. Marcianus Poana knows quite a few trustworthy people, so I asked Freya to choose someone. Freya nodded as well. Being a newcomer means not only fewer preconceived notions about you, but also makes it easier for them to side with you. Ruby felt slightly apprehensive at Freya's involvement. How old should a mature person be? Freya asked, her tone casual. What do you think, madame? Ruby's eyes widened, startled. What is she trying to provoke me with? She thought, her heart racing slightly. Suddenly, Freya reacted strangely. She vomited a large amount of blood, and Ruby was shocked. The soup bowl fell to the ground, and Freya collapsed. Elle was terrified, and Ruby quickly rushed to reassure her. Miss, you must stay calm, Ruby said. But the blood continued to pour from Freya's mouth, causing Ruby to panic. As Ruby was about to call for help, a hand gripped her shoulder. It was Omerta, his eyes filled with terror as if silently saying, "Stay away." Ruby's heart felt like it was about to leap out of her chest. The hand she was about to extend froze at his words. Get away. Omerta seemed to be doing something, but Ruby couldn't shake the growing sense of unease. Her heart pounded faster as she watched. Elle stood silently, her gaze fixed on Freya. Ruby sat down on the grass, trembling with fear. Her clothes were stained with blood. The sight of Freya, writhing in pain, reminded Ruby of her childhood. When she tried to wake the deceased, the memories flooded back. Suddenly, someone's hands touched her, making Ruby jump and scream. "Is this your doing?" Lorenzo's angry voice rang out. "Knew it! You two-faced witch!" Ruby couldn't think straight, the situation overwhelming her. Ivan called out her name, Lady Rhea. He was furious, his anger directed at Lorenzo's accusations. But before anyone could react further, Lorenzo was suddenly thrown to the ground. It was Lorenzo's father. My foolish son seems to have temporarily lost his composure. Please forgive his actions, Lady Rhea, he said, his expression furious. Everyone, take refuge in the temple immediately. It's dangerous here. Something is about to happen. Ruby's breathing became laboured. She was exhausted, her mind spinning with thoughts and emotions. Ian called out to her and rushed to check on her. Tears streamed down Ruby's face. Please, pardon my rudeness, Ian said as he lifted her up. Seal off Section B and evacuate everyone. I repeat, seal off Section B and lead everyone to safety. Ruby huddled fearfully behind Ivan as a giant monster began to appear. How did these brats get into the temple? This has never happened before, someone muttered in shock. The closed door had been reopened after half a day, and Freya had narrowly survived. It was said that any later, and it would have been life-threatening. The truth behind the accidental poisoning, the nature of the toxin Freya ingested, remained unknown. Duke Anta, his voice full of concern, asked, "Do you have any guesses?" "Only a fool wouldn't understand the Duke's implication," the Archbishop said. "It seems they were targeting Lady Fuana from the beginning." "Your Grace, both Ellen and I drank the wine, but we were fine," Isaac said. "I've been informed it wasn't poison, but Magog solution." "Not poison, but Magog stone solution," the Archbishop clarified. Magog stone is a combination of magic stone and spirit stone, used as bait to summon monsters. It has special properties requiring incredibly complex procedures for use. It's one of the holy relics, so it can only be created with the Holy See's permission. Ruby felt her heart race. The Archbishop continued, "All the Magog stones kept by the temple are still in place. Not a single one is missing." Ruby's eyes widened. "I see what you mean," Duke Omerta observed Ruby's expression carefully. "So, everyone is now concluding that I'm behind this?" he asked. "The Borgia family's penchant for assassination is a well-known secret, as is my family's notoriety. Furthermore, En's Archbishop is Freya's uncle, so it's not surprising that I'm suspected." He paused, a shadow crossing his face. But deep down, Ruby felt saddened. Duke Omerta sighed. "I won't tolerate my daughter-in-law being framed as the true culprit in this incident. Because Madam is also a member of the Omer family, I don't believe you're capable of such a thing. I just mean, if you know anything, tell me." Ruby struggled to find words. "I know what everyone's thinking. You think I'm jealous of Miss Freya, right? And that's why I did this horrible thing." She felt a lump in her throat, but Duke Omerta was taken aback. "Who would dare say such nonsense?" he demanded. "Stop crying first. I didn't mean it that way." He took out a handkerchief and offered it to her. "Even if I deny it, the fact remains that everyone who witnessed the incident suspects you. They'll assume that, as the Pope's daughter, you could obtain Magog stone anywhere, or that you bribed and manipulated someone." "I spoke carelessly. Forgive my rudeness," he added, his voice softening. Given the situation, I grasped at straws. "I reiterate, harming my daughter-in-law is an insult to Omerta." Ruby was deeply touched by his words, but Duke Omerta continued, "Stop crying. Perhaps no one thinks like I do. To them, she was still just a stranger in the vast room." That night, Ruby lay in bed, exhausted and deep in thought. "For now, I'll formulate a few hypotheses." She tried to piece everything together. This could be the work of some disgruntled madman, planning out of resentment towards the temple or the Fuana family. The Magog stone is probably on the black market, where the illegal trade of holy relics thrives. If Romania instigated this, why would they use something as easily traced as Magog stone? Or is it a third party trying to eliminate me? She paused, her thoughts darkening. Once Freya is harmed, all suspicion falls on me. Who would benefit from this? Her mind then turned to Cesare. He could have orchestrated this to make me a suspect. He doesn't want me to develop feelings for this place, and if it's to worsen my relationship with Isaac, It's highly likely he wants me to divorce and return home with that demon substance. Ruby's thoughts swirled and she sat up in bed. The confrontation with that man is only making me underestimate his craziness and obsession. She couldn't shake the feeling that more trouble was coming. Unbelievable. The annual event troubles never come singly. I thought I could relax after getting through those 2 events this year. But suddenly, Ruby noticed something strange. The glass in her hand slipped and fell, and she almost choked. Sand in my drink? Her hands trembled as she stared at the strange contents. Who did this? Why me? She thought, her mind racing. Do they want me to feel the pain Freya experienced? Ruby's eyes widened. Freya is so lucky. This hurts so much. Ruby seemed to hear a voice, and as she looked up, she sensed a presence behind her. She abruptly turned around and discovered it was none other than Elle. Elle had cornered her against the wall, her hands gripping Ruby's collar. Why did you do this? Elle demanded. From the moment I first saw your hands, I was suspicious. Why did you do it? Ruby's heart raced as Elle gripped her hands tighter. Did you do this for attention, or was it because the food disgusted you so much? If you wanted to die that badly, why not do it quietly? Why resort to this? Ruby's voice trembled. Because this is the only thing I can control. Elle stood frozen for a moment, taken aback by Ruby's words. Tears welled up in Ruby's eyes, and Elle felt a sharp pang of guilt. Slowly she stepped back, her lips pressing tightly together as if holding back words. What have I done? She murmured, turning away. I'm sorry, Elle whispered before walking out, leaving Ruby standing there, dumbfounded. Ruby sat quietly on the bed, her mind swirling with thoughts. She noticed the wound from her habitual vomiting. It wouldn't be noticeable without close inspection, but she could feel it, her body marked by the silent pain of the past. Have I experienced something like this before? Ruby wondered. Maybe it wasn't Elle. Then, who could it be? Dawn was breaking. Ruby sat in silence, her thoughts heavy. Elle did the same. They sat opposite each other at the dining table, the air thick with an awkward tension. What should I do in this awkward atmosphere? Ruby thought. This is bad. I need to leave this place quickly. I have to go now. Elle spoke simply. Yes. Before Ruby could leave, a call came. The temple would like you to visit. Please go, a voice informed her. Ruby paused, surprised. The archbishop invited me? She thought, her mind connecting the dots. It must be related to Freya's poisoning. Ruby smiled faintly. I'll go, thank you. Ruby left the dining room, her heart heavy. Elle watched her go, her expression grim. The sound of a horse-drawn carriage rattled down the road, the noise echoing in the quiet morning. If Cesare is really behind this, then it's highly likely the archbishop is the spy, Ruby mused, her thoughts racing. But, if that's the case, he's helping to harm his own beloved niece. Her stomach tightened with unease. No? As soon as I see him? Ruby thought back to a short while ago when she'd come here with Isaac. It felt like so much time had passed. He probably, she pondered absent-mindedly, he's probably at the training grounds. I haven't even seen a shadow of him since that day. Ruby paused. If he suspects me that much, he should just say it to my face. I'll just take a tiny peek at him and then leave. Suddenly, Ruby noticed someone in the distance. They hadn't seen her yet. Had they? Isn't your sister better now? Ruby thought. If Damian is here, then Isaac must be too. She told herself that she would only look, but now she hesitated. How could I possibly see him? But then, the voice of someone nearby snapped her out of her thoughts. Why aren't you obediently standing guard by your sister's side instead of coming here while you're still suspended? The voice sneered. If your sister were vomiting blood and about to die, would you still sit still? Ruby's heart sank as she heard the biting words. Who knows, she thought bitterly. I might not even have a sister, and even if I did, I wouldn't act like that with someone unrelated. The voice continued. Are those words directed at me? That's right, the man replied coldly. If your father hadn't stopped me back then, you could forget about ever becoming a knight. Remember? Do you think I'm as cowardly as you? What's so great about the Pope's daughter? Even that old Pope is nothing. Tell them to try and come in here. What can those rotten people do?" Ruby's breath caught as she overheard the man's words. "That's the first time I've heard someone dare to blaspheme the Pope in front of the cathedral," she thought, stunned. The conversation continued. "Stop your delusions and focus on your training. Don't forget that she's the wife of the Omerta heir. Don't get on my bad side. Even if she pretends, she's still just trash, a freeloader acting like she's some kind of lady." The other man's anger flared. "Did I say something wrong?" he asked. "Next time I see her, I'll rip that shameless mask off her face." Ruby had been listening to the whole conversation, feeling both surprised and disheartened. Heavy footsteps descended the stairs, signaling someone's approach. Ruby, feeling the weight of exhaustion, was about to leave but hesitated. "What should I do? I'm so tired. I don't want to do anything. Someone might see my eyes. Or should I just sit here for a while?" Ruby's expression was heavy, her body feeling both physically and mentally drained. She wondered, where should I go? Is there anywhere waiting for me? Her mind drifted back to Isaac. Why were you kind to me back then? Why did you hesitate? Why did you listen to me? Why did you defend me? Why did you make me have false hopes that maybe you were different from the others I've met? Suddenly, she heard a noise. She turned and, to her surprise, it was a lovely animal running towards her. "Popo," she thought, feeling a strange warmth. "This place is near the cathedral. It's dangerous for you to be here. Could you be looking for me?" Ruby felt deeply moved, but at the same time, exhaustion clouded her thoughts. "But I'm so tired right now. Anyway, I'm so glad to see you." Popo reached out its paws toward her, and then, as if understanding her fatigue, it carried Ruby on its back. "Wait, Popo, are you going to take me somewhere?" Ruby asked, her voice barely a whisper. Popo looked around, as if checking if anyone was watching. It seemed to nod in its own way, and Ruby closed her eyes, surrendering to the comfort of Popo's presence. "All right. Everyone will be happier if I disappear anyway." Ruby lay there, letting the soothing rhythm of Popo's movements ease her. Later that evening, at the Grand Cathedral, Ian spoke. "My friend, just look at that grim, murderous face of yours. Now you understand our suffering, having to look at that face every day." Isaac brushed Ivan's hand away with a sigh. "People are worried about you, and you're still getting mad?" "I never asked you to worry about me," Isaac snapped. "You haven't slept in 4 days. If that's not asking people to worry, then what is?" Isaac seemed to lose track of time. "Has it been that long?" he muttered, clearly exhausted. "If you keep this up, you'll faint and kick the bucket, and I won't care." "Do you think putting on this act will make you feel better?" Ivan pressed, concern lacing his voice despite Isaac's cold demeanor. The missing person suddenly reappeared. "This is the guard's business. It has nothing to do with us," someone remarked. But with Princess Ellen's description of the culprits spreading everywhere, concerns grew. What if she's been murdered? Ian's voice broke through the tension. "I know you're angry about what happened to Freya, not anyone else." Before Ian could finish, Isaac interrupted. "No. Then what's the reason for this rampage, Isaac?" Ian pressed. "I'm really glad you came to me," Isaac muttered, his tone distant. "But I have no choice but to remain silent, because I can't understand the meaning of this, or my actions. Where am I trying to go? What's the destination in my mind?" Isaac frowned, feeling frustrated. "This is infuriating. Is it because of your wife?" Ian asked. Isaac seemed to wrestle with his thoughts. The image of that day kept flashing back. The icy cold, devoid of all hope and vitality. What if I hadn't been able to stop the Mantors that day? If even a drop of Freya's poisoned blood had splashed on me? He shook his head. My actions back then were for her, not for anyone else. I thought that even if I explained it later, she would understand. But if it's the girl I know, it's not just you who suspects the Borgia family. Even a dog passing by would think they're behind it. Would they be stupid enough to use the most suspicious thing? Magog Stone? To poison the daughter of Britain's leading family? Isaac paused, a realization dawning. So, you're excluding your wife's family from the list of suspects, Ian observed. Wasn't that obvious from the start? Isaac continued, unflinching. Magog Stone is widely available on the black market, so we can't just suspect the temple. Investigate those who have conflicts with the Fuana family. Ian's voice grew serious. Wait, could it be that if the culprit you've been searching for all this time turns out to be your wife, what are you going to do? Isaac froze, the question hitting him like a stone. Only now did he realize the root of his strange behavior. He wasn't doing this to catch the culprit, but rather, if the culprit was anyone even remotely connected to Romania or his wife, he would deal with them without leaving a trace. I don't care about that, Isaac said sharply. His eyes held no hint of doubt, only a madly distorted belief. If that girl really was the culprit, I wouldn't care. It was Freya who almost died. Could he still cover for her, even then? Isaac's mind was a whirl of confusion. I don't understand you, Isaac, Ivan said, hurrying after him. Lady Elia has a message for you. What is it, madame? Isaac asked breathlessly. Madame has gone missing. The sky was gloomy. Ruby woke groggily, disoriented by the strange sounds around her. What's that sound? She wondered, realizing she was lying in an unfamiliar place. She gasped as she saw a giant eagle chewing on something. What the heck is that? What do I do? Can I play dead? The eagle turned to look at Ruby, and she froze, her face paling. The creature seemed to study her for a moment. Ruby dared only to peek at it. Strange cries echoed around her. Just then, Popo returned with food, equally surprised to see the eagle. Ruby asked for help, but before she could say anything, she noticed the eagle and Popo talking to each other. Are you two friends? Ruby asked, her voice trembling. Both creatures turned to look at her, and Popo placed a pile of food in front of Ruby. You want me to eat this? Ruby thought. Thank you, she said quietly. It seems like it found this for me. If I don't eat it, it'll be disappointed. Ruby hesitated before she reluctantly took a bite. The two creatures' eyes lit up with delight, and Ruby felt oddly touched. It's delicious, she said, and the creatures hugged each other in joy. Ruby smiled, feeling more comfortable here. Just then, a noise came from the base of a tree. It was hunters. It can't be wrong, one of them said. That's definitely the witch. A sudden downpour began as they tried to find Ruby. She's probably not in this area, one hunter said. Ivan turned to Isaac, but Isaac appeared distant, his mind elsewhere. It's been 3 days since we found Madame's shoes near here, Ivan said grimly. We've searched the entire city. What if she was really dragged into this forest? Isaac clenched his fist. Then by now it's been 3 days, he said, a hint of frustration in his voice. We should stop, Ian suggested. It's actually been 4 days. A noblewoman needs many attendants when she goes out, yet after disappearing for half a day, no one knows anything. It's absurd. Isaac's frustration grew. So whose fault is this? He wondered. Who should I punish? The archbishop who invited her to the meeting? The servants at the mansion who were indifferent to her disappearance? Elenia, who only took care of Freya and learned about it too late? Freya, who clung to Elenia, preventing her from leaving? Or is it my own fault, for not knowing how she was treated all this time? Isaac's mind spiraled. I was lost in my ignorance, and this stabs me in the heart. In the end, it's all my fault. The maids of the family had always been devoted and loyal to Omerta, especially the head maid, who cared for Ellen like a mother. But how did they really feel about her, the person they considered an intruder? Isaac's guilt weighed heavily on him. I should have rectified things from the beginning. Even if I'm mocked for being just like my father, I'll accept it, Isaac thought bitterly. I justified my refusal to marry because of my hatred of becoming like him. but it was just an unconvincing rationalization. The rain grew heavier as Isaac's torment continued. The things I didn't ask, the words I didn't say. Though I didn't intend to hurt you, it all caused you pain. It's too late for me to realize that now. Ivan and the others remained silent, but Isaac could feel their unspoken concern. Even so, I can't give up on you. Even if I don't know if you're alive or not, I still hold on to a sliver of hope. Please, just being alive is enough. Isaac kept praying for a miracle. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Lord Isaac, can you come out here for a moment?" "What is it?" Isaac asked, puzzled. "They look like poachers. They fainted, so I woke them up, and they said some strange things. I don't know if they're lying to avoid getting caught." "No, we really saw," one of the men stammered. "What are they talking about?" Isaac wondered. "They're talking about a banshee," the other man explained. "It's a monster that emits a mournful cry. Legend says it can predict impending death." The two men glanced nervously at each other. "We could hardly face a witch," one said. "We were going to go back and call the others, but before we could turn back, we saw something huge behind us." Turning, they both froze in terror, then ran away in a hurry. "It's true," one man shouted. "There was a popo monster and a griffin with a blonde witch on a branch laden with raspberries." Ruby, hearing the strange description, smiled brightly as she sat there, her joyful expression evident. But the sound of something distant caught her attention. She noticed some strange animal figures behind the bushes. Two adorable creatures were hiding, peeking out to stare at her. "Pee, pee, pee," they cried out in excitement, hopping toward Ruby. She gently crouched down and asked, "Are you guys Popo's friends?" Ruby's excitement grew as she offered them the berries she had just picked. "Hi there, do you want some?" The creatures grinned, delighted, and reached out eagerly to accept her offering. With one last happy skip, they vanished into the bushes, leaving Ruby behind, giggling and waving goodbye. "I'm not afraid of anything anymore," Ruby thought as she watched them go. "Popo and the griffin are always by my side." The two creatures lingered, but the griffin's antics always seemed to make Popo angry. Ruby smiled at the thought. As the sky grew darker and dark clouds gathered, Ruby decided to call the two creatures back. "Hey guys," she said, "let's go back to the cave. It looks like it's going to rain." Popo and the griffin nodded in agreement, quickly obeying her command. Suddenly, Ruby became pensive. She sat down on the ground, her eyes glazed over. "I wonder what Isaac is doing." Ruby couldn't believe he wouldn't come all the way here just because she was missing. "He's probably just pretending to look for me because of the diplomatic relationship," she thought. But then another thought occurred to her. Or maybe he doesn't know I'm missing yet. Ruby finally regained her composure, brushing off her clothes. What am I expecting from him? Her face flushed even redder. P, right behind her, perked up its ears, listening in. "P," it called out clearly twice, placing a paw on Ruby's shoulder, startling her and leaving her unsure of what to do. Unexpectedly, Ruby's cheeks were squished and pulled by Popo into strange shapes. Ruby was puzzled as Popo pinched them up and down. "What are you doing?" she asked. Popo's expression darkened, its fangs showing as it grinned. Ruby asked in surprise, "You want me to smile like this?" Ruby imitated, baring her teeth, and Popo diligently instructed her until it was finally satisfied, smiling along with her. Ruby seemed to forget her worries, grinning widely, but soon her smile faded and she stopped laughing, lost in thought. "No one knows what's going on in my mind," she thought. "Should I just live here with you guys?" Ruby said aloud, then burst out laughing. "No one's going to welcome me back anyway." Popo enthusiastically raised a hand in agreement, then moved toward Ruby, giving her a warm hug within its massive body, gently comforting her. Ruby felt its warmth and whispered, "Thank you." But the heartwarming scene didn't last long. Raindrops began to fall from the sky, and Ruby yelled in panic, "Ah, it's so cold!" She frowned and pushed Popo away. The creature also noticed the increasing rainfall. As the rain intensified, Ruby became more frantic. "Let's go, we have to get back before it gets any heavier." Her noble clothes were now covered in mud, and her usually elegant shoes were gone. Ruby walked barefoot along the grassy path, thinking to herself that she had once considered running away but realized it was impossible. Even if she left home with valuables, she'd definitely become a target. The more Ruby thought about it, the more frightened she became. Then she remembered a secluded place, like a monastery, the only place she could hide and conceal her identity. But chasers will find me right away. The thought terrified Ruby. Of course, she couldn't be sure this place was completely safe, because she couldn't guarantee all the monsters would be friendly toward her. Still, Ruby began to consider her future, outlining a plan that seemed reasonable for now. If I hide well with Popo and Griffin, this place isn't so bad. Suddenly, her foot missed a step, and there was nothing beneath it. Ruby screamed. Griffin and Popo turned around simultaneously, their eyes filled with fear. Ruby fell into a deep hole and cried out in pain. "It hurts! Where is this?" She regained her composure, sat up, and looked around frantically. The voices of Popo and Griffin echoed faintly in her ears as they both fell into the hole, one after the other, landing face down. Popo got up the fastest and ran toward Ruby, crying out worriedly, "Papa!" Ruby, also trying to get up, replied, Yeah, I'm okay." Then Ruby looked around with them and remarked, "This seems to be a cave. It's so dark, I can't see anything." Even with her eyes wide open, she couldn't make out a thing. Suddenly, strange lights emanated from within the cave. Ruby frowned in confusion. Behind her, Popo and Griffin were rummaging through a pile of jewels beneath their feet, joyfully tossing them into the air. Ruby frowned and asked, "What are you guys doing?" She suddenly felt a sharp pain in her foot and instinctively touched it. Beneath her hand, something sparkled. Her face flushed as she picked up a stone, examined it, and exclaimed, "Oh my God, is this a ruby?" Seeing Popo and Griffin playing around with the jewels, Ruby was speechless. She stammered to herself, "So, does that mean this whole pile?" Ruby became excited, shouting with them, "Is this the legendary fortune?" Even Popo and Griffin rolled around in the pile of rubies with joy. Ruby, equally enthusiastic, yelled, "This is insane!" Her eyes sparkled like the gems as she stared at the pile. "If all of this is real, I could become the richest person in the world." Ruby noticed a huge gem protruding from behind a rock. She slowly walked toward it, frowning, wondering, "Is this also a gem?" Ruby gently touched the large stone, thinking it was just a gem, but it trembled beneath her hand. She quickly withdrew her hand, noticing the slight movement. The cave began to shake. All three of them panicked, their mouths agape. Ruby looked up, fear gripping her heart. "What's happening?" Fragments of earth began to fall from the ceiling of the cave. Ruby realized the imminent danger just as a giant dragon appeared, roaring with its wide-open mouth and sharp fangs. The rain poured down even harder as the knights continued their journey into the forest. Finally, one of the knights, clearly confused, spoke up. "Sir, do you really believe what that thief said?" Andy, the aide, asked softly, "The blonde witch? They said the witch is in the restricted area." Isaac's expression was cold and unresponsive. Ivan spoke up in support. "All right, Isaac, let's just assume what they said is true, but the possibility that it's your wife..." Isaac glared at the man behind him, scornfully. "Go and confirm. If you're all tired, just go back." Evan felt like grabbing Isaac by the collar and giving him a piece of his mind. His hand clenched, but the knight beside him tried to calm him down. The blue-haired man also couldn't understand Isaac's intentions. "But why did you only bring us this far into the forest? Wouldn't it be easier to search with more people?" Isaac replied coldly, "Because I don't trust the others." He only dared to ask those closest to him for help in finding his wife. Andy widened his eyes in astonishment. Ivan and the blue-haired man were both creeped out by Isaac's words. "Is he a monster?" it seemed to imply. "It seems like lack of sleep has driven him mad," one of them whispered. Isaac tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze dropping. A sense of dread rose within him, because if she's really in the restricted area, there's no reason why she'd still be alive, Isaac thought, reflecting on everything that had happened. The frequent appearances of monsters, unprecedented since Ruby's arrival. She had always been at the centre of these incidents. He recalled the words Sir G had spoken. Madam's core temperature is much higher than a normal person's. Dr. Sir G had examined Ruby the day she had the nosebleed. Small nagging suspicions had piled up, leading Isaac to strange conclusions. "Hey, Isaac," Ivan's voice cut through the pouring rain. "Stop for a bit." Ivan approached Isaac with concern. "I have a bad feeling about this. Rom's cave is nearby, isn't it?" The blue-haired knight behind them snapped irritably. "Ivan, stop it!" Ivan ignored the warning and continued his speculation. "If your wife really did enter here, who knows what might have..." Suddenly the ground shook violently and Isaac froze. A terrifying roar echoed through the downpour. The four close knights quickly huddled together, fearfully glancing around. This sound, could it be? A woman's scream pierced the rain, making Isaac freeze even more. He was very familiar with that voice. Ruby's group was terrified by the giant dragon, realizing they were no match for it. Ruby's face paled and cold sweat dripped down her skin. She repeatedly apologized, her voice shaky. "I'm sorry, I really am. We didn't mean to come here." The dragon in front of them seemed to be fuming, its fearsome eyes fixed on them, seemingly unforgiving. Popo and Griffin hid behind Ruby, who was trying to calm herself. The dragon bared its sharp teeth. Ruby spoke sweetly. "We'll leave quietly, so please forgive us just this once." Another scream echoed as the giant dragon lifted Ruby up to its face. Ruby's face was ashen, and tears welled up in her eyes. "I'm going to be eaten. My end is near. My fate wasn't supposed to be dragon food." Ruby screamed, her heart racing with fear. Suddenly, Popo lunged at the dragon, trying to rescue her. Ruby cried out in surprise, terrified it would get hurt. Griffin also helped, pecking at the dragon repeatedly, but it was nothing to the massive creature. Seeing the dragon grow even angrier, Ruby called out to them worriedly, "No, run away!" Facing the dragon, Ruby realized it was only targeting her. Almost losing hope, she murmured, "Help me," knowing that no one would appear. But then, to her surprise, the dragon gently placed her back down onto the pile of rubies. Ruby, having narrowly escaped death, knelt down and looked up at the dragon in disbelief. Her body trembled. Did it understand what I said? Ruby glanced at the enormous dragon, puffing smoke in front of her. Seizing the opportunity, she slowly began to move, trying to escape. However, Rom the dragon wouldn't let her go. It wrapped its tail around her and Ruby froze, her face filled with panic. Rom brought its face close to hers, growling menacingly. "What's wrong with you?" Ruby asked, frightened but still trying to be gentle, taking cautious steps. But Ra refused to let her go, causing Ruby to scream in terror. "Don't tell me it wants to keep me here to play with it." Ruby had a daring theory. She calmed herself down, looking resolutely at the dragon. "I said, let me go," Ruby ordered. The dragon brought its face closer to hers and slowly bared its sharp teeth. Ruby's resolute gaze vanished and her face paled. She backed away in fear, her heart pounding. The dragon started spitting out more rubies onto the ground, creating a loud noise. The pile of sparkling rubies beneath Ruby's feet grew even larger. Ruby froze. Having backed away, she was now a considerable distance from the dragon. "You... what do you mean?" Ruby couldn't understand the dragon's intentions and was about to step forward to ask when Popo grabbed her cloak from behind. The dragon immediately sensed something amiss and lunged forward, baring its teeth. Ruby was startled. Above her, Griffin was holding Popo's ears, and Popo was clinging to her clothes, pulling both of them toward the cave entrance. Ruby cried out in panic, "What are you guys doing?" The dragon charged forward, determined not to let her go. Ruby looked up at the cave entrance in the distance and yelled to Griffin, "We have to get out of the cave entrance quickly." Griffin immediately roared an acknowledgement. All three of them escaped just as the dragon reached the mouth of the cave. The dragon's sharp claws missed Ruby, and the dragon expressed its frustration at seeing Ruby floating further and further away in the sky. Hearing the enraged roar, Ruby habitually glanced back. Finally, the three of them landed on the ground, panting. A cold atmosphere settled over them. Ruby sighed. What kind of dragon was that? Popo and Griffin, also exhausted, leaned against each other, unable to bear the cold. Ruby exclaimed, "It's so cold," looking up to see a blanket of white snow beginning to fall. Ruby gasped, "Oh, it's snowing." Sparkling snowflakes gently fell before her eyes. "It's the first snow," she murmured, holding out her hand to catch the snowflakes. Her heart filled with joy as she continued to look up, delighted. Her soul felt cleansed, and a joyful expression flitted across her face. "You!" A voice startled Ruby. Could it be? She clutched her chest, her heart pounding. No way, no way! Finally, Ruby turned around in astonishment. Standing before her was Isaac, the person she had been longing for, actually standing there unharmed. Isaac couldn't believe his eyes. He had hoped she was alive, but now Ruby was standing before him unharmed. "How did you get here?" Ruby clasped her hands together, tears welling up in Isaac's eyes. Two fearsome-looking monsters were rushing toward them from behind, but Isaac, unafraid, reached for the sword he always carried. He swiftly drew it, a flash of electricity arcing across it. "Get away from those creatures!" Isaac shouted to Ruby. "Don't come any closer." Isaac was taken aback by her words. He froze for a moment. "Please," Ruby pleaded, her heart aching. "Just leave me alone." Covered in mud, Ruby tearfully begged Isaac to spare her. Isaac gritted his teeth, remaining silent but feeling a surge of discomfort within him. Isaac started to approach her, but Ruby backed away, her expression full of disgust. "I told you to go away!" Isaac's eyes narrowed. It was the first time he had seen her treat him this way. Isaac slowly reached out to grab Ruby, but she darted away, out of his sight, leaving him stunned and bewildered. "I want to disappear like this forever," Ruby thought miserably. "My soul can't escape this horrible life." Even in this world where she couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion, she was still suffering. The fake expressions of the people here had shattered Ruby's hopes for the present. She blamed herself for being foolish enough to expect a real family in this place. She was disgusted by it, and didn't want to go back. She hated the thought of it. "Please, just leave me alone," Ruby whispered. Barefoot, Ruby stumbled on a rock and fell face first into the snow, crying out in pain. She lay sprawled on the cold snow, but it wasn't just her body that hurt. Her soul and spirit ached intensely. Ruby clenched her fists, trying to appear strong. Finally, she couldn't hold back the tears any longer. Amidst the thick snow, Ruby lay there sobbing. "I don't want to live in this place anymore." A loud noise erupted behind Ruby, and she stopped crying abruptly, fear gripping her. Ruby's eyes widened in shock as she sat up. Directly in front of her was a giant monster. Ra, the dragon, had caught up to her and was growling menacingly. But this time, Ruby didn't run. She closed her eyes, accepting her fate. "This," she murmured, "is better than—" Ruby seemed resigned, willing to accept her fate rather than return. Remembering Ruby's tearful face and the words of hatred she had spoken, Isaac felt a strange emotion stir within him. It was the first time he had witnessed her like this. Even though every time we met she would tell me lies, she would always smile brightly when she saw me. Isaac was still blaming himself. If I had asked her sooner, could things have changed? What happened in Ruby's past? What did she have to endure that even now she can't find peace for even a moment? Why did she desperately want to stay by my side, even though she was afraid of me? A growl suddenly reached Isaac's ears as the other knights caught up. "What's going on?" Ivan called out to Isaac, snapping him out of his thoughts. "I heard a noise coming from this direction. Look, up there." The dragon was carrying Ruby back to its cave. The knights were astonished. "Wait a minute. Isn't that Madame?" one of them asked. Isaac gritted his teeth in anger. "Even though there are countless things I don't understand," he muttered, before suddenly running deeper into the forest, leaving the stunned knights behind. "Hey, Isaac!" they called out, but they couldn't stop him. "I can't leave her like this," Isaac thought, urgency driving him forward. Ruby woke up, groggy, feeling the cold air around her. She opened her eyes slightly, unsure of where she was. Her hands moved involuntarily, groping to assess the situation. She was surprised to touch something unfamiliar. The steady growling continued beside her ear, and she quickly pulled her hand back. The dragon's expression was no longer fearsome. It glanced gently at Ruby, who stared at it in disbelief. "How am I still alive?" Seeing her awake, the dragon brought its face closer to examine her, startling Ruby. Then it gently nuzzled its face against her cheek. "What's this?" Ruby thought, completely confused. "Wasn't it going to eat me?" Seeing that the dragon seemed harmless, Ruby cautiously reached out to pet it. "Why did you bring me here? Back then you should have just let me... Ruby trailed off. The dragon immediately nuzzled her again, as if comforting her. Then it looked at her with gentle eyes, its growl soft. Ruby clasped her hands and murmured, "What is this? It's like it's comforting me." "I wonder if Popo and Griffin are all right," Ruby thought, her heart sinking. "They just wanted to help me." Suddenly, a throbbing pain shot through her injured foot, causing Ruby to cry out. She lifted her bare foot, revealing a swollen red wound. Ruby winced. "Ow!" Her foot was likely swollen from the fall. A blister had formed, and the cold air made it even more painful. The dragon dropped a shimmering sprig of lily-of-the-valley herb onto the ground. It glanced at Ruby. Ruby frowned, picking up the herb and examining it. Could it be? Although she didn't know what kind of herb it was, she realized the dragon had given it to her to treat her wound. She asked, "Is this for my injury?" The dragon nodded vigorously, then gently touched Ruby. Ruby hugged the dragon, and Ra lowered its head, nuzzling her again. "A strange dragon," Ruby whispered into its ear. "Or maybe I'm the strange one. Thank you so much." Before she could finish, a cold, menacing voice echoed from outside the cave. "Is this the best hiding place you could find?" Ruby froze. The wind howled even louder. Isaac stood at the cave entrance, his face cold as he looked inside. Ruby's heart pounded in terror as she looked at him. Isaac stared at Ruby, his heart filled with an immense ache. Slowly he entered the cave, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. "An intruder," he muttered. The dragon suddenly rose, its fearsome nature resurfacing. Ruby flinched, her heart leaping into her throat. Isaac, fearless except where Ruby was concerned, held his sparking sword. "You dare roar at me after kidnapping my wife?" Isaac growled. Ruby tensed, thinking, "It's all my fault. I can't let it get hurt because of me." "Stop." She gritted her teeth, clutching the herb tightly. In a swift movement, she threw the herb at Isaac. The herb hit Isaac squarely in the face. He was stunned by her action. "What have I done?" Ruby panicked, now realizing how foolish she had been. "What if he gets even angrier?" She was sweating profusely, unable to control her impulsive action. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to throw it so hard," Ruby cried out. Isaac cursed, clutching his face. "Damn it," he muttered, clearly caught off guard. The dragon, baring its sharp fangs, prepared to attack, but Ruby immediately stopped it. "No, stop!" Seeing Ruby's pleading eyes and the reassuring shake of her head, the dragon finally relented, obediently withdrawing. Ruby sighed in relief, but also confusion. Did I throw it too hard? Why is he just standing there? She glanced at Isaac without daring to meet his eyes. Isaac, staggered, began approaching her. Ruby, now even more frightened, repeated, "I didn't know. I was with the other animals. Where should I start explaining?" Her heart sank as she saw Isaac's cold expression and frightening eyes. Why did things turn out this way? She thought. I had absolutely no intention of running away. But even though Ruby knew Isaac would never believe her, she still had to explain. I have to clear my name. I had nothing to do with what happened to Miss Freya. Ruby bowed her head before Isaac. I know you won't believe me, she faltered, tears welling in her eyes. I also know you think I'm a witch who controls monsters, but I really didn't do anything. Ruby cried in anguish, feeling as if everyone, even Isaac, suspected her. I didn't intentionally run away, she sobbed. I was just so tired. I fainted. And then the monsters took care of me. They didn't do anything wrong. Ruby wiped her tears away, but the more she tried to stop them, the more they flowed. I will endure any punishment, she whispered through her tears. Please, please, don't send me back to Romania. Isaac slowly reached out his hand, kneeling in front of her. He touched her cheek, gently wiping away the tears of grief. I won't do that, Isaac assured her, his voice softening. Don't cry anymore. Ruby stared at him, stunned. Isaac, who had always been so cold, was now showing her tenderness. He even pulled out a pair of shoes from his pocket and slowly put them on Ruby's feet. I promise you, Isaac said, his voice steady. I won't let anyone call you a witch. He froze for a moment when he saw Ruby's swollen red feet. I'm sorry, he murmured, a genuine apology in his voice. Ruby, still confused, looked up at Isaac. You said I was troublesome, she whispered, that you were annoyed with me and also hated me. You were the one who wanted me to disappear more than anyone, didn't you? Didn't you believe that Freya was hurt because of me? Isaac looked at her, his expression unreadable, and then glanced away, saying nothing. Ruby's heart sank, feeling as though nothing had changed. But then, Isaac surprised her again. He reached out his hand, kneeling on one knee, and softly said, Let's go back. Ruby froze, her eyes wide. She couldn't believe what he was saying. He's asking me to come back, she thought, astonished. The dragon beside them let out a few growls. Ruby turned to the creature, observing it for a long time. After a moment, she made her decision. Taking Isaac's hand, she agreed to return with him. The snow outside fell heavier. Inside the cave, Isaac hugged Ruby tightly, surprising her. He comforted her, his voice soft. Everything's all right now, he whispered, holding her tighter, his fingers gently brushing through her hair. At that moment, Ruby couldn't hold back the pain that had been welling up in her heart. Tears streamed down her face as the emotions she couldn't hide suddenly burst out. Isaac, too, felt the heartache, his own emotions stirred by her sorrow. The awkward but warm hands around her made her heart flutter. Everything calmed as she closed her eyes. In her drowsiness, she thought, whose familiar hand is this? Whose voice worries about me every time I'm sick? The image of her sister appeared before her. Why are you kneeling down? What if you get sick here? Ruby immediately grabbed her sister's hand, but the image slowly faded away. The hand also disappeared, leaving Ruby with a sense of longing. I really don't know what to do anymore, she thought. If only I could talk to her just once. If I could find someone here to talk to, would things be different? Later, in the large room, Ruby dimly opened her eyes and looked at her palms. Her cheek suddenly flushed slightly, remembering the moment when Isaac held her tightly. In that instant, it felt like she was embraced by the whole world. He really didn't send me back then. Even as she thought this, someone called her name. Ruby, are you all right? Hearing the voice, Ruby slowly sat up. The atmosphere between them suddenly became awkward and indescribable. Then the other girl spoke first. I'm sorry, she said, surprising Ruby a little. I didn't mean to push you like that day. Ruby awkwardly replied, her words robotic. I'm fine. It's over. Don't worry about it. The other girl's eyes glanced at Ruby's face, studying her expression before speaking again. As expected, you didn't ask anything. Actually, my mother also had that mark on her hand. Since last year, before she passed away, she gradually became weak. Ruby, trying to comfort her, fidgeted with her hands anxiously. My mother had a very serious mental illness. She was obsessed with even skin injuries. Ruby listened quietly, thinking back to her own painful memories. The girl continued, remembering her childhood. One night, I entered my mother's room and saw her prostrate on the floor. She turned and looked at me, drool at the corners of her mouth, eyes wide and unseeing. Suddenly, she grabbed my head. Tell me, Ellen, do you think your mother is very bad? The words made the little girl tremble with fear. No, I didn't teach you wrong, Ellen. My dear child, why did I become such a bad mother? Her mother's voice grew softer. Remember, Ellen, you must not tell anyone what you just saw, or I will kill myself in front of everyone. Back in the present, Ellen pursed her lips bitterly. Only I and a few servants knew about my mother's illness. Ruby, deep in thought, reflected on her own life. It reminds me of my sister. She was the only one who treated me well in my past life, and she took the same steps as the deceased concubine. Seeing her like that, I became like that too. Ellen's voice broke through her thoughts. Ruby, please, don't tell my husband about this. Ellen then asked, Ruby, do you have a sister? Ruby looked confused, her face showing her uncertainty. It's nothing, I was just rambling, Ellen quickly added. But because the frost dragon has awakened, the holy nights are extremely busy. Everyone anticipated this situation, so you don't need to be too scared. However, for the time being, you still shouldn't go out alone. Ruby was still perplexed. I'm the one who woke up the frost dragon? Didn't Isaac say anything to her? Ellen continued. Ruby fainted in the frost forest. Some people from the defense team found you, and then Isaac and the others went to look for you. They're discussing the reward right now. Sitting next to Ellen, Ruby still couldn't grasp what was going on. What is she talking about? Meanwhile, the man was lost in thought, his mind a jumble of conflicting emotions. An act of kindness doesn't suit someone like you. You must have put aside the interests between the two countries and immediately put the girl on the man's boat. Something was bothering him, but he couldn't refute it. Why does my heart feel so troubled? He put his glass down on the table and said, I heard you turned the capital upside down for 4 days straight. Isaac replied, She is the Pope's daughter. She is also my wife. I acknowledge your efforts in recent days, but if that feeling only stems from a sense of responsibility, then that's enough. Because if you let yourself be swayed by that stupid feeling, you'll regret it later. Isaac paused, his gaze distant. At times like these, you look more like her than Ellen. The scene shifted to a tea table. It's fortunate that Madam is safe, said Baron, the commander of the Villainess Holy Knights, bowing his head. Thank you for your concern, but why do you look like a drowned rat? Isaac raised an eyebrow. Although you can't jump for joy because of that commotion, he said, his tone slightly mocking. I wonder if your wife has ever run away from home. Baron was caught off guard by the question. Run away from home? Well, she's been to her parents' house, but... So, that's what you're worried about? Isaac's voice took on a sharper edge. What, did your wife run away because she hated seeing your face? Baron chuckled. That's not it. It would be better if she said that. I didn't expect you to be able to reflect on yourself, Baron continued, his tone light-hearted. It's thanks to your wife that I get to see this interesting side of you. He then fell silent, his gaze studying Isaac for a moment before speaking again. Don't tell me. You look at your wife like that too? Isaac, as if struck a nerve, turned away, muttering, I don't know how to treat her. Suddenly, Baron stood up. Of course, a fool like you wouldn't know anything anyway. Aren't you still in the honeymoon phase? There's only one right answer. You must treat her well until her anger subsides. give her gifts, attend aristocratic parties with her, and constantly show remorse. As for the rest, you know what to do. Recalling Baron's words made Isaac think deeply as he walked. Then someone called him from behind. You must have reported to the captain, right? The atmosphere became quiet and awkward. The blue-haired man shouted, Why isn't anyone saying anything if we're discovered having intercourse with the guards? Before he could finish, Isaac interrupted him, making everyone frown. So what? What else can you do? Go ahead and shout it out loud. Hearing such provocation made Isaac furious. Are you threatening us just because of that Boer woman? Do you think this is a joke? Even if you try to hide it like this in the end, we'll be the ones held responsible. Do you understand, Ivan? That's right, he's right, Ivan added, standing in the position of a coward. It's natural to be afraid. After that, they argued back and forth, no one backing down. Then the blonde Ivan said, Hey, can we just deal with him? Shutting this guy up is enough. Isaac responded, How do we know this isn't a trick from Ragman? Because she herself doesn't know about this. If that holy father-in-law intends to tease the North with his daughter's talent, things won't just stop here. To judge that this is a conspiracy from Romania was based on too little evidence, though. Isaac continued, I agree, the captain probably knows that even if many people find out, it's not a good thing. But what are we going to do later? Isaac thought to himself, Is this a question I can answer? Do I dare to answer? It was natural for children to resemble their parents, but he didn't want to be like them, especially not in that way. Even feelings could be blown away by a gentle breeze. His thoughts drifted back to his mother, the woman who was both the Princess of Britannia and the Duchess of Omar. Although she lived her whole life in power and admiration, she couldn't escape the swamp of unhappiness. In the end, she ended her own life. Isaac was the first to find her in that cold state, the burning feelings they once shared turning into a fire that consumed everything and ended in regret. He couldn't understand, and didn't want to, but there were so many questions. Even though his mother had become a ghost, he still wanted to see her again. That was the reason he became a holy knight. The evidence of that foolishness gripped him every day. Even if I meet her again, what can I do? The reason Isaac brushed aside talk of marriage every time was simple. Their blood also flows in me. The fear of taking the same steps, repeating his mother's tragic path. If I take her back to Romania, I can go back to my old life, he thought. But why did I deceive everyone and even threaten my teammates? Why can't I let her go? The moment Ruby cried out, I don't know anymore. I'm with the monsters, Isaac thought. Is this a provocation? He recalled his own words. If you let yourself be swept away by that nonsense feeling, you'll regret it later. Compassion, a sense of responsibility, this uncomfortable feeling that tormented him. Is this just compassion? He had initially thought Ruby was provoking him for a divorce, but even someone who knew nothing about love like him could tell that when she said, I could hit you, those words didn't come from love. Why was she so scared? What was she expecting from him? He couldn't find the answers. Who pushed her to that point? Who could do that to the Pope's precious daughter? How could Cardinal Valentino leave those who wanted to destroy his sister like that? Isaac suppressed the suspicion that Valentino was afraid of being harmed if he touched them. Sometimes burying it helps ease the pain. Since my mother's passing, it seems like everything has been like that. At that moment, Isaac violently attacked the servants. It's clearly a trick you all played together. Wouldn't it be unfair to kill just you? The other servants knelt down in fear, begging, Pray for my wife to wake up safely, because if anything happens to her, I will destroy all of you. After the warning, Isaac gently walked to his wife's room. It's so frustrating. If only you were a little selfish. Sitting next to his wife, Isaac was silent. Then he reached out and gently stroked her hair. If you were just an ordinary person, you wouldn't have to endure this pain. The scene shifted to a solemn cathedral. A messenger raven flew in and landed on Cesari's shoulder. The letter it carried contained a lot of writing. Cesari read it, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Is it Ruby? It seems you were very worried." The hooded figure glanced over. "I heard the search lasted for 4 days. Although I don't know what you're worried about. Hasn't she returned home safely? You can bear a little of that, I'm sure. But the reason you're wavering like this is because you're uncomfortable with the scene exceeding your expectations." "Right," Cyrus replied. "Come on, a comedy must have such interesting scenes. Who would have guessed that such a well-behaved girl could cause such a big commotion? It must be quite novel for you, and also for that wooden brother-in-law of yours." Hearing the words brother-in-law didn't make Cyrus happy inside. "To me, it's just a title, used and discarded like a piece of scrap paper. Nothing more, nothing less." "But this time it's different," Cyrus continued. "The father who wants to fight strong opposition from all around to send Ruby away, and the Northern Holy Knight decided to carry out this marriage in place of his sister. It's annoying that he dared to marry Ruby on his own, but I also predict that even if that abstinent fellow sees my Ruby, he'll be perfectly suited for this long-running comedy." He paused, his voice darkening. "But why is it so dark like this? That disgusting hand took Ruby's hand and turned away with her. I want to chop that bastard's hand off." Even though he wanted to immediately fulfill his duty as an older brother, right now it was a bit difficult. The mysterious person looked at him in surprise, but then he changed his attitude in a cunning, mystical way. "So, can I do as I please?" Cyrus replied. "Have you ever not been like that? Don't miss anything, even the smallest details." With that, he turned away, cold eyes gleaming. "Until I personally go there." Back in Ruby's room, the fever had subsided. "Madam, you shouldn't overexert yourself," the doctor advised. "If you want to recover quickly, you need to get enough sleep. You should take a walk once a day." Seeing her indifference to his words, the doctor asked, "Have you heard anything I've been saying?" Uli mumbled in agreement. Afterward, the maid and doctor bowed their heads and left. Ruby thought to herself, regarding the truth of this incident, besides those who were present in the frosty forest, does anyone else know? Outside in the garden, the little girl excitedly asked, "Does Romania also have dragons? I heard they don't have them here." Seeing the sparkling, expectant eyes of the 2 little girls, Ruby didn't know how to explain. Just as she was about to speak, someone approached. The little girl turned her head and called, "Brother!" Ruby flinched and slowly turned her head to look. Isaac had arrived, accompanied by his brother. His face was still as handsome as ever. Ruby froze, thinking, "It's been so long since that day. I haven't seen him in ages." She was just about to get back into character, but her mouth was too stiff to speak. Ivan bowed and said with a smile, "Greetings, Princess Aran. Greetings, madam. It's a great relief that you've recovered." Ruby forced a smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for worrying you before." "I thought you would hate me after that day," she thought, trying to stand but accidentally tripping over the table leg. Taken by surprise, her body fell forward uncontrollably. Fortunately, Isaac caught her, and she landed gently against his chest. "Nice to see you," Isaac said, "but what have I done?" "I think you should rest some more. Let me call Sergi." Ruby quickly declined. "I'm so happy to see you. That's why I'm afraid you'll never want to see me again because everyone went through so much trouble because of me." Aaron suddenly shouted, "Let's eat cake." Ivan quickly said, "You should be more polite outside. Why are you acting like a tomboy?" The little girl replied, "But brother is also the one who curses all day long." Embarrassed by his sister's words, he whispered, "You really are the Duchess too." Seeing the 2 of them so close made Ruby feel happy. Isaac, noticing this, also felt a strange sensation in his heart. Then he leaned closer to her and whispered, "I'm carefully protecting Ruby." His words made her blush a little. The two then gazed into each other's eyes, lost in the moment. On that freezing winter night, snow covered the sky as Isaac carried her in his arms. The frost dragon watched over them, following step by step, its eyes never leaving them. Ruby reached out, wanting to touch the dragon. As her hand brushed its chin, it felt like a goodbye. Suddenly, she felt something strange in her hand. She withdrew her hand to find a sparkling red ruby resting in her palm. Back in the present, Ruby thought to herself, so he was talking about the gem the frost dragon gave me. Blushing, she replied, "Thank you. In that case, I'll give you that." Isaac just looked at her silently. The tea party continued. "Eat some more of this," Isaac said, offering her a pudding. His eyes were still cold, but his actions were much warmer than before. Elle, seeing this, said, "This is soft, so it'll be easier for you to eat." Her younger sister also gave her a plate of cake. Ruby felt awkward between the two of them, but both cakes were really delicious and suited her taste. "I'm used to their inapproachable aura," Ruby thought to herself. "I can't help it. It's just that it's been a while since I've tasted such delicious food." Elle asked, "Brother, didn't His Majesty say anything about the frost dragon?" Isaac replied, "Not much. The temple is considering putting it up as a competition item." "Is that even possible?" Ivan asked with sparkling eyes. "If it's a young individual, it's possible, Duchess, but the frost dragon is a rare species, so most opinions are to release it back into the wild first." Hearing that, Ruby thought to herself, "So, that little dragon is still a child. They've been hunted down, so if any are left, they've probably been abandoned." Elle said, "That being said, the more active dragons are, the more other magical beasts will increase as well." "Not necessarily," Isaac countered. "If you consider the number of magical beasts that the little dragon preys on, the number increasing and the number being eaten are about the same." Little Arian was still fiddling with her dragon-shaped cake. She said, "Dragons are so pitiful." Ruby felt the same way, especially as the frost dragon had awakened because of her. Isaac glanced at Ruby, probably sensing her feelings at that moment. In the afternoon, the two of them were walking around the grounds. Isaac, walking behind her, said, "Is it okay for you to wander around like this now?" She turned and replied, "Sergi told me to walk for more than 30 minutes every day. I haven't walked at all. Just now he suddenly stopped me." Isaac quickly matched her pace. "So that's it," he said. She quickly tried to sneak away faster. "Why does he keep following me?" After a while, the atmosphere became more pleasant. Isaac intentionally walked faster to be beside her, and then secretly took Ruby's hand in his. "I'm so glad you're okay," he said. His words stunned her for a moment. "No, I can't have such wishful thinking. That only happened for a moment. I'm sure if I make even a small mistake, I'll be sent back immediately." Isaac suddenly said, "Let me ask you this. Those runaway friends of yours, was that the first time you met them in the frosty forest?" Hearing him ask, Ruby froze. Her face filled with panic. "Your expression seems to say the answer is no," she replied. "I met Griffin for the first time in the frosty forest. As for Puri, it's a long story. I first met Puri at the previous writing competition. She spent some time recounting everything that had happened that day. After she finished speaking, Isaac just listened silently, without asking any questions. Ruby wondered, "I wonder what's happened to Puri and Griffin now?" He replied, "They weren't captured but released immediately." Hearing that, Ruby breathed a sigh of relief. "Besides that, was there anything else? Did you meet anyone near the temple?" Ruby's head was full of question marks. What kind of trap is this? She thought of the people she saw at the temple, but couldn't say anything. She quickly shook her head in denial. Isaac sighed and said, "Thinking about it now, it seems like you weren't running away from home, but we kidnapped you.